Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy. But we can only do that with your support.
So please subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. The first item of business is general questions. Question number 1 is not lodged. At question number 2, I call Douglas Lumsden.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what its position is on whether the Scottish National Investment Bank is operating legally in light of reports that the advisory group that was meant to be established by the Scottish Ministers has not yet been established.
Cabinet Secretary Kate Forbes.
Now that the bank is fully established and has a growing portfolio of investments, it's the right time for this group to be established. I have already agreed a remit for the group and a short list of potential members. Officials are now contacting individuals with a view to the first meeting of the advisory group taking place this summer.
Douglas Lumsden.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer, but the bank was established in November 2020 and the legislation says the Scottish Ministers must establish and maintain an advisory group to provide them with advice on the bank's objects, conduct and performance. And from a Freedom of Information request, I have found that the wage bill for the bank has near doubled over the last 2 years to a whopping £9.7 million. So, Cabinet Secretary, how can we have the assurance that the SNP have not created another gravy train when there is no advisory group in place to monitor the bank's conduct and performance?
Always through the Chair.
Well, the member will know that the Scottish National Investment Bank's decisions, individual decisions, are all made entirely independently from the Scottish Government. And the advisory group is to provide advice to ministers. So the group doesn't have any impact on the bank's existing governance procedures or operational independence. So I wonder if the member is conflating two issues that are actually quite distinct.
Holly Coffey.
Thank you. A core aim of the Scottish National Investment Bank is to make strategic investments to help boost green growth and meet the significant upfront costs of reaching net zero. Could the Cabinet Secretary say any more about how the bank is working to help Scotland decarbonise whilst growing the economy?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, the figures are really quite remarkable in terms of the bank's investment. Since its launch in November 2020, it's invested nearly £278 million in supporting businesses and projects which contribute to the shift to net zero. That has levered in a further £555 million of third-party capital, bringing the total investment to over £830 million, which I hope is something that can be welcomed across the Chamber. The bank's investments have also generated approximately 2.25 gigawatts of renewable energy. That's the equivalent of powering 610 homes in a year.
Question number 3, Colin Beattie.
To ask the Scottish Government whether it will provide an update on what it is doing to ensure access to primary care in areas that have a high projected population growth.
Cabinet Secretary Neil Gray.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Each GP practice's global sum allocation is adjusted every quarter to account for changes in their resident patients list, and growing practices should receive a greater share of national funding as a result. The Scottish Government annually uplifts general medical services funding specifically to account for population growth. In 23-24 this amounted to £8.3 million. The Scottish Government has paused capital projects at present due to indicative figures for future years' capital budget budgets from Westminster, and I am well aware of the particularly acute issues in Mr Beattie's constituency and await the outcome of the cross-government review of infrastructure investment.
Colin Beattie.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his response. Many of my constituents in areas such as Holyrood and Whitecraig have raised concerns over access to services due to financial pressures on the local health and social care partnership. Can the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on the impact of financial constraints on the capital budget of health boards as a result of cuts to the Scottish Government's own capital budget from Westminster, and advise how he will support my constituents to receive the best possible primary care in Midlothian North and Musselburgh as the population rises?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you. I thank Colin Beattie for that question. I look forward to meeting him to discuss areas such as this later on this afternoon. He is right. The UK Government did not inflation-proof its capital budget. Based on the latest forecasts, our block grant for capital is expected to reduce in real terms by 8.7% by 2027-28, a cumulative loss of over £1.3 billion. And the result of this cut is that all new health capital projects have been paused. Our emphasis for the immediate future will be on addressing backlog maintenance and essential equipment replacement to help improve productivity. We will also be able to give greater certainty on funding following the review by the Finance Secretary of infrastructure investment which is being carried out, but I am clear that I want to see as many of these projects advance as possible for the continued recovery and improvement of our health services, including in Midlothian North and Musselburgh.
Martin Whitfield.
I'm grateful, Presiding Officer. 3 weeks ago, I asked the Deputy First Minister, who is in her place, about the situation in Preston Pans Group practice with regards to the funding. Preston Pans is an area that's experienced significant population growth, with a growing population in the surrounding areas, including Blindwells. So can the Cabinet Secretary update me on what's happening and when my constituents and myself will be able to meet with him to discuss these financial cuts?
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Martin Whitfield for raising this point. I'm aware of the situation. We are in discussions with NHS Lothian around the issues that he raises and have received some assurances around some of the dispute resolution processes that they're looking to put in place. But I'm very cognizant of the challenge that has been faced by many GP practices as a result. I know that Mr Whitfield has written to me and I'll endeavour to get an appointment in the diary as soon as possible to have that discussion with him.
Ben Macpherson.
The Cabinet Secretary will appreciate that the population of my constituency is growing rapidly and significantly. To meet new demand for GP practices in the area, in recent years I have raised the possibility of creating a GP surgery at Ocean Terminal in Leith. This would likely be at a lower cost than building new premises in the future, and it has already recently been a very successful vaccination centre. Working with the Health and Social Care Partnership, I would be grateful if the Cabinet Secretary could give this idea further consideration.
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Ben Macpherson for the question. I'm acutely aware of the pressures that there are on services across Edinburgh, including in Mr Macpherson's constituency, and I know that he has raised this on a number of occasions, including with my predecessor, and I'm grateful for his continued efforts in that regard. It's obviously, as Mr Macpherson knows, for NHS Lothian, Edinburgh City Health and Social Care Partnership, to decide whether new GP practices are needed in Mr Macpherson's constituency as a result of new developments, or whether existing practices can expand. I'm also aware that access to services is an acute issue in Mr Macpherson's constituency, as it is in Mr Beattie's, as we've just heard, and would support the use in principle of facilities such as Ocean Terminal for new practices, but that decision is ultimately for the Health Board and the Partnership to take.
Question number 4, Alexander Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what it's doing to tackle any inappropriate care and overcrowding in NHS emergency departments.
Secretary.
Thank you, President Officer. This Government is committed to ensuring the people of Scotland can access NHS services that meet their needs and provide the highest standard of care. Through our whole system urgent and unscheduled care collaborative programme, we're working with health boards to reduce accident emergency delays and deliver sustained improvement. This includes actions to strengthen arrangements to avoid unnecessary hospital admissions, such as same-day emergency care services, utilising hospital-at-home services that we have funded, and optimising flow navigation centres. The Centre for Sustainable Delivery continues to support boards to implement changes which will target the key challenges in their systems, such as that Mr Stewart outlines.
Alexander Stewart.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that response. On an average evening at 10 p.m, more than 10% of patients across Scotland's emergency departments are being treated in corridors due to lack of space. Worryingly, more than half of all emergency departments surveyed had patients in corridors. Delayed discharge continues to be a concern, Cabinet Secretary. Last year, Shona Robertson said we remain committed to eradicating delayed discharges. So, Cabinet Secretary, 1 year on, are we any further forward, giving back patients the dignity and respect they deserve?
Secretary.
Thank you, President Officer. I thank Mr Stewart for his question, and I agree with him that delayed discharge is a major issue, and that is why the First Minister has been engaged alongside COSLA, and why I am undertaking a weekly CRAG, the Collaborative Response Assurance Group, which is the collaboration between COSLA health services, to look at what more can be done, particularly in those pressured areas where performance has not been good enough, in order to see improvements come through. So what are the challenges? What is it that government or the health service can do to support improve the delayed discharge picture? Because that is providing the choke, as Mr Stewart has outlined, to the flow through the hospital, from accident emergency into the wards and then back into the community. And that is something I'm committed to working in partnership with Council colleagues in order to see improvements on.
Audrey Nicholl.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I recognise our hospitals face congestion because of the challenges associated with delayed discharge, due in part to the significant reduction in the workforce delivering care packages in communities due to UK government immigration policy. So does the Cabinet Secretary agree with me that, notwithstanding the disastrous impact of Brexit on our health services, Scotland still remains a welcoming place for overseas staff to work and live?
Secretary.
In spite of the heckles that came from the Tory benches there, I wholeheartedly agree with Audrey Nicholl. I think she's absolutely right. This government values those who choose to live and work in Scotland from overseas, quite in contrast to what we saw in the debates from those that wish to become Prime Minister last night and in previous terms, who are out competing with each other to be toughest on migration. That does not serve the interests of either our economy or our public services. They make vital contribution to make our workplaces and communities sound. And the UK Government's immigration policy fails to address Scotland's distinct demographic and economic requirements. Therefore, we are pressing for a fair and managed immigration system that meets the needs of the people of Scotland, but also our public services and our economy. In collaboration with National Education Scotland and COSLA, our government has provided funding to create centres for workforce supply social care to test and develop an ethical and sustainable model of international recruitment for adult social care providers in Scotland, and I've already referenced the work that we're doing to try to improve the delayed discharge picture in my answer to Mr Stewart.
Question number 6, Rhoda Grant.
To ask the Scottish Government whether it will provide an update on its consideration of the impact of the change in subsidised air service provider between Euston and Stornoway on access to services, including health services, for people with reduced mobility.
Before I call the Cabinet Secretary, I will just advise members that question number 5 was withdrawn. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I thank Rhoda Grant for this question. I'm aware of the difficulties, and I've been working with the Transport Secretary to continue to understand the challenges, which is why we're working on possible solutions in collaboration with Colin and Eileen Shear and NHS Western Isles. I'm also keenly aware of the need for solutions to be developed and owned by local partners. I will shortly convene a meeting in Uist to support this process, and I know the local MSP Alistair Allen has also corresponded with me to request this. The Scottish Government is also working closely with NHS Western Isles to ensure that health patients continue to have full access to services. The provision of air services within the Western Isles are a matter for Colin and Ian Shear to decide, and it is therefore for them to ensure that they have made suitable assessment of impact. However, we will obviously look at what we can do, collaboration between the health portfolio and the transport portfolio, to support them in those endeavours.
Rhoda Grant.
Thank you for that response, and I look forward to receiving an update of the meeting between the Council and the Health Board. But this issue is even more pressing due to the lack of health services available in the Euston Barra Hospital, many having been pulled back to the Lewis Hospital in Stornoway. Will more services be available locally so those who cannot access the new aeroplane can get health treatments and chemotherapy closer to home?
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Rhoda Grant for that question. Of course, I commit to making sure that she is kept up to date. My understanding around the situation with the Euston Barra Hospital, the difficulties there due to clinicians not being able to travel to the site, and the alternative option will be the transfer of services to the Western Isles Hospital and to near me clinics. Obviously, we'll continue to work with NHS Western Isles, continue to work with the local authority as I've set out in order to improve the situation for people in the Western Isles, and it's something, as I say, that we're working together on across government as we recognise the challenge that is impacting local residents.
Liam MacArthur.
Thank you. The Cabinet Secretary will be aware that the Islander aircraft has been the workhorse of the Lifeline air services in Orkney for many years. However, I'm seeing growing numbers of constituents with mobility issues in islands like North Ronaldsay that don't have a roll-on, roll-off ferry, who are missing hospital appointments or medical appointments due to the inaccessibility of the Islander aircraft. I've spoken to the Cabinet Secretary about these concerns, but can he confirm that he'll agree to meet with me, NHS Orkney, Orkney Islands Council, Loganair and other stakeholders when he's in Orkney over the course of the summer, so that we can look at finding a resolution to this issue that is only going to get worse given the demographic trends.
Cabinet Secretary.
Mr MacArthur will be aware that I have an awareness of the situation that he outlines, having been both a passenger on the ferries serving the Northern Isles and the inter-island aircraft as well. I have given a commitment to Mr MacArthur to meet with him to discuss this when I'm on my family leave in Orkney later in the summer, and I look forward to that discussion and see what more we can do to provide the support again on a cross-government basis.
Question number 7, Katie Clark.
To ask the Scottish Government if it will provide a further update on plans for the redevelopment of Ardrossan Harbour.
Cabinet Secretary Fiona Hislop.
In my response to the motion which was debated in the Scottish Parliament last week on the 20th of June, I confirmed that we have been progressing the Ardrossan business case and cost exercise and that this is substantially complete. Transport Scotland are working with partners to finalise this, and any updates on the project will not be until after the pre-election period.
Katie Clark.
Ardrossan has been the main port to Arran for 190 years, as it is the shortest, quickest route. Hamza Yousaf signed off its redevelopment in 2018, but 6 years of delays for successive reasons means that ferries will now be running from Troon. Will the Cabinet Secretary ensure that there is a final announcement in July with a plan for the redevelopment of Ardrossan Harbour?
Cabinet Secretary.
So the member will know, because not just herself but Kenneth Gibson as the local MSP and others have repeatedly made the case for Ardrossan. I absolutely understand that, but it is absolutely essential to get the investment and the substantial investment that is required, that a robust business case is set out that meets all the requirements for good decision-making. I understand the frustrations, not just of the people of Arran, but also of Campbelltown, to get this resolved. But I've been clear and open, and will continue to do so, and will talk specifically with the partners from the task force as soon as it is practically possible to do so.
Jamie Green.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. There's a very undignified public spat taking place between Peel Ports and Calmac at the moment, and this is symptomatic of wider issues and breakdown in relationships between stakeholders across the marine network. Instead of rebuilding berths and ports, this government should be rebuilding relationships within stakeholders. So can I ask what the Cabinet Secretary is doing herself to intervene in this matter, to ensure that stakeholders are working together for the greater good and for the benefit of Ireland communities?
Cabinet Secretary.
So I take that very seriously indeed, and indeed the success of any development would be with relative partners working collaboratively together. I can reassure him that we had a very constructive task force meeting. I think it was in May, but I'll correct the record in terms of the date. And that, again, was an opportunity for everybody to understand the progress made, the elements that still had to be resolved, and that, I think, is evidence of my personal involvement with the task force to take this project forward.
Thank you. Question number 8, Brian Whittle.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what action it is taking to ensure that the provision of midwives by the NHS meets the demand, and I should declare an interest and I have a daughter who is a midwife.
Mr Jenny Minto.
The Scottish Government values every single midwife and the extraordinary care they provide day in and day out. I am aware of the decline in applications to midwifery undergraduate programmes, and this is exactly why the education and development of students and staff has been a key work stream of the Nursing and Midwifery Task Force. The Task Force will report in the autumn, and its work will help support the demands this workforce is facing as it works to develop actions to diversify education and training pathways to support longer-term workforce sustainability, as well as improve workplace culture, practice, flexibility, recruitment and retention.
Brian Whittle.
I thank the Minister for that answer. Last month I attended our Royal College of Midwives event in Parliament, where 3 student midwives shared their experiences with me. From the RCM's report and the student evidence, we know that 70% students incurred additional debt due to their studies, and 60% worry that they may need to drop out for financial reasons. This is even more concerning after learning that roughly 45% of those students are over the age of 30. So will the Minister consider looking at an apprenticeship route into midwifery to help the financial issues of mature student midwives in Scotland?
Minister.
I thank Mr Whittle for his question, and the Chief Midwifery Officer attended that round table that Mr Whittle also attended, and she updated everyone in attendance on our plans to review student finance for nursing and midwifery students, as well as review of the wider work that is happening with regard to the view. And absolutely, we are very much considering different or alternative career pathways into nursing and midwifery, recognising the growing interest in flexible learning models which will allow students to earn and learn, and certainly apprenticeships as part of that.
Thank you. That concludes general questions. We move to First Minister's questions. At question number 1, I call Douglas Ross.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Public Health Scotland figures show that delayed discharge, also known as bed blocking, is at a record high. And another set of new figures reveal, according to the charity Macmillan, their words, devastating delays in cancer treatment. And right now, 1 in 7 of our fellow Scots is on an NHS waiting list. So given all of this, why does our health service not make it onto the first page of the SNP's priorities?
First Minister.
As I've explained to Parliament before, the issues that Douglas Ross raises with me of delayed discharges, which I accept are far too high, and the Government is in active dialogue with local authorities and health boards to reduce those numbers. Cancer waiting times, we're treating more patients with cancer, with increased personnel in the health service working to deliver on cancer care, and within the health service as a whole, we are allocating more resources to ensure that the health service is able to meet the rising demand, which has increased in the aftermath of COVID, with the health service occupying a much larger proportion of our budget than was the case before. But there is, of course, a link between the condition of the health service and the question of independence, and that is the question of financial control. And what worries me, and it's not just me, it's been expressed by the Institute for Fiscal Studies as well, is there a conspiracy of silence at this moment about the funding of our public services and our health service between the Conservatives and the Labour Party. And the issue is this: we are not confronting the consequences of 14 years of austerity, but for Scotland, independence is the way to do that.
Douglas Ross.
I was speaking about Macmillan saying there are devastating delays in cancer treatment, and John Sweeney goes for independence. And he spoke about delayed discharge and said he was in active dialogue with local authorities. Yes, that active dialogue is telling them they're getting their budgets cut yet again by this SNP Scottish Government. On the SNP's watch, Scotland's NHS waiting times are at some of their worst levels ever. They've made Scotland the drug death capital of Europe. Alcohol deaths are now at the highest level for 16 years, and life expectancy in Scotland is lower. Life expectancy in our country is lower after the 17 years of the SNP government. The SNP are bad for Scotland's health. Now, we're all sick of hearing about what's on page 1, line 1, but fixing Scotland's broken NHS is the public's priority. So why isn't it the SNP's priority?
First Minister.
Well, I think the decisions of the government speak volumes about what priority we attach to the health service. So,
Let's hear the First Minister.
When this government came to office in 2007, the health service occupied about 33% of the government's budget. Today, it is closer to 50%. Those are the decisions this government has taken, and that has ensured that there is more funding to deal with the increased demand there is in the National Health Service. Now, when the government had a choice last year about the allocation of consequential funding from the United Kingdom government, we faced a choice. The consequentials came for business rate support for the hospitality industry. When that money came here, Douglas Ross wanted us to spend it on the hospitality sector, and we chose to spend it on the health service. We're prepared to make the tough choices. Douglas Ross ducks them.
Douglas Ross.
John Sweeney wants to get applause from the clapping seals behind him for record drug deaths in Scotland. He wants us to celebrate.
Mr. Ross. Yet again, I must draw your attention to Standing Order Rule 7.3, which tells us that we must conduct our business in a courteous and respectful manner. Do continue in that vein. Thank you.
I was just listing the point that the SNP were applauding John Sweeney. The SNP were applauding John Sweeney for overseeing record drug deaths in Europe. We're the worst in Europe. They applaud that. We have bed blocking at its highest ever level. They applaud that. We have people waiting on waiting lists far longer than they should. 840,000 of our fellow Scots and SNP MSPs applaud it. But it's not just our health service where the SNP have failed. They haven't upgraded the key roads that they promised they would. The A9, the A90, the A96, the A7, the A75, the A77. All of these promises broken by the SNP. The attainment gap was supposed to close. It's widened. Violent crime is up. Officer numbers are down. Scottish workers pay more in tax than the rest of the United Kingdom, and they have abandoned Scotland's oil and gas industry. From salmon to sturgeon to Sweeney, all they have achieved is dividing Scotland. Isn't it time to finally draw a line under the independence debate for good?
First Minister.
One of the issues that Douglas Ross put to me was about alcohol-related deaths. And I want to share a quote with Parliament because this is the type of evidence that Parliament needs to chew over and consider when we're dealing with the kind of rhetoric that we hear from Douglas Ross. Professor Jerry McCartney, the Professor of Wellbeing and Economy at Glasgow University, said this, and I quote, "You see lagged effects from decades ago of urban planning, policy decisions and the 1980s economic changes and how that translated into people's alcohol deaths a decade or 2 decades later. So it is not unprecedented." I simply put that evidence to Parliament because we have to understand the consequences of the devastation wreaked on our country by the policies of Margaret Thatcher's Conservative government. And just to prolong the absurdity of Douglas Ross's position, Douglas Ross has set out a manifesto this week which commits to repairing the roads, ending long NHS waits, restoring schools, making Scotland safer.
Let's hear the First Minister.
All of those 4 commitments cost more money. And then the 5th one, cut your tax. So Douglas Ross stands here, demands that we do more and demands that we spend less. It is the politics of absurdity, and Douglas Ross is welcome to all of it.
Douglas Ross.
Let's just look at that answer. Now, John Sweeney is considerably older than me, but he is blaming the failures here in Scotland now
to a period before I was even born, and apparently it has nothing to do with the 17 years the SNP have been in charge here in Scotland. And we know that, apart from separating Scotland from the rest of the UK, nothing else matters to John Sweeney. Independence will always come first, before our NHS, before jobs, before schools, before the economy, before everything. People up and down Scotland want the focus to be on these issues, the things that really matter to them. But we all know what John Sweeney wants. If it's not page 1, line 1, it's not a priority for the SNP. Right now, in 2024, the SNP's leader from 2004 is trying to take us back to the division of 2014. Scotland is stagnating under the SNP. We've had 17 years of decline and broken promises. Isn't it time to finally move on from the division of this SNP government to focus on the issues that really matter to people?
First Minister.
I don't really think Douglas Ross is in a position to go on at me about division when his colleagues behind him have told him to get out of office as leader of the Scottish Conservative Party. Do they all want him to stay? Well, what I read in the newspapers was they were all in revolt. They all wanted rid of him. And I think my colleagues are. Let
us hear one another.
I think my colleagues are pretty happy that I'm here just now. Believe you me.
Let's hear one another.
And let me just tell Douglas Ross why independence matters. People in this country are suffering because of the...
We will hear the First Minister.
Because of the consequences of 14 years of Conservative austerity. They are suffering because of the Conservative obsession with Brexit, which is damaging our economy. They are suffering because of the cost of living crisis escalated by the ludicrous behaviour of Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng, which Douglas Ross wanted me to emulate. Independence is the solution to austerity, Brexit and the cost of living, and we're going to see the back of Douglas Ross as well.
Question number 2, Anna Sarwar.
Presiding Officer, long waits are forcing those who can afford it to go private. A two-tier health service in Scotland is now beyond question. If you can stump up the cash, then you can get the care you need. But we all value an NHS free at the point of use. Yet Scotland is sleepwalking into sacrificing this principle, threatening the very existence of the National Health Service as we know it. Not my words, Presiding Officer, the words of Dr Ian Kennedy, the chair of BMA Scotland, talking about the NHS in Scotland right now on the SNP's watch. Is Dr Kennedy wrong?
First Minister.
I have the greatest respect for the comments of Dr Kennedy, and I listened and read Dr Kennedy's comments with great care, and I take them seriously, because Dr Kennedy makes a significant warning to us about what lies ahead. Absolutely. I have been completely candid. I have been... This will be interesting to see, because I don't think it's any secret that we're going to have a Labour government in a little while time, and we're going to have to see how the dialogue develops here. Yep. To see, because in about a week on Friday, the issues that have been raised with me about the health service are going to be the Labour Party's problem, and they're going to have to engage. Mr Mara, I don't need you to shout at me about taking responsibility. I take my responsibilities deadly seriously. But what I'm calling for is a serious conversation about what lies ahead. Because the health service is a product of the investment we can make through the public finances. And as I've just explained to Mr Ross, when we came to office, the health service occupied 33% of our budget. and it now occupies nearly 50%. So we've taken the hard decisions, including increasing tax on higher earners, to invest more in the health service, which Mr Mara and Mr Sarwar want us to reverse. Now, if we look ahead, the Labour Party is proposing an extra £134 million of investment in the health service in Scotland as a consequence of their election victory. That's what they're offering. The last spring budget health consequentials that we got from the awful Tories were £237 million. So I invite Anna Sarwar to do the maths. We cannot prolong austerity, and that's what the Labour Party is offering. And until the Labour Party offers a sensible way out of austerity, people in Scotland won't take it all seriously.
Anna Sarwar.
Officer, that is frankly an embarrassing response. You have been in charge of the NHS for 17 years, and the chair of the BMA is saying we now have a two-tier health service under an SNP government, and all John Sweeney spoke about was what would happen if, as I hope, and many in Scotland hope too, we get a Labour government after the 4th of July. What about this government's responsibility and what's happening to people right now? Because the reality of Dr Kennedy's comments is that many people feel they have to pay because they've been waiting too long for treatment. No answers from John Sweeney to those people. And nothing sums up SNP waiting time failure like cancer. 2 weeks ago, I highlighted the scandal of cancer patients having to pay privately for chemotherapy. Think about that for a moment, Mr Sweeney, when you give your next answer. Cancer is Scotland's biggest killer. It has touched every family in Scotland. And on Tuesday, it was confirmed that under this SNP government, we have failed to meet the 62-day treatment standard for cancer treatment. In fact, it's not been met for 12 years. And in that time, almost 26,000 cancer patients have waited too long. 5,000 patients in the last year alone. So how much longer do these cancer patients and their families need to listen to this SNP government blame somebody else for their own government's failure?
Always through the chair, please. First Minister.
So let me go through some of the steps that we've taken to strengthen cancer care within Scotland and to demonstrate the increased level of activity that is taking place. Firstly, in relation to the significant increase in postings that we have in cancer care, we have funded the creation of 15 extra posts in clinical oncology, 6 in medical oncology, 68 in clinical radiology and 10 in clinical interventional radiology. There has been a 50% increase in consultant oncologists in the last decade, and we've increased the number of consultant radiologists by 34% over the same period. Now, if we look at the volume of individuals being treated, over 15% more patients were treated on 62-day urgent suspicion of cancer pathway than in late 2019 before the COVID pandemic. And that is 47% more than 10 years ago. 22% more patients were treated on the 31-day pathway compared to 10 years ago. So my answers there are directly addressing Mr Sarwar's point about what are we doing to treat and support more people. We're expanding the number of people delivering that specialist care, and we are making sure that more patients are being treated on both the 31-day and the 62-day pathways. Now, there are also other measures being taken, such as, for example, the rapid cancer diagnostic services that are now being delivered in parts of the country. In NHS 5, for example, the average wait for referral from diagnosis has gone from 77.5 days to 11.4 days. In Dumfries and Galloway, that average wait has gone from 78.7 days to 13.6 days. So I put that information on the record to reassure members of the public that the government is investing, we are treating more people, and more people are being treated more quickly. But I accept there remain challenges in the delivery of healthcare and in cancer care, and that is why I believe we have to have an honest conversation about the financial support that is required to support investment in our health service.
There are many members who wish to put questions today, and I'd be grateful for more concise questions and responses. Anna Sarwar.
I can't wait to have that honest conversation about the performance of this SNP government when it comes to the NHS in the run-up to election in 2026, and neither can many people across the country. 5,000 patients last year waited too long to get their cancer treatment. And I said last week that long waits cost lives, because we all know that the faster someone gets treatment, the higher their chances of survival from cancer. Now, earlier this month, Professor Farah Din of the Royal College of Surgeons of Edinburgh told the Scottish Parliament Health Committee, and I quote, "As a cancer surgeon, when patients in my clinic ask me when their operation will be, that is a very difficult conversation to have. Each of those people is part of a family, and their anxiety is for them. There's also anxiety for clinicians, because we are trying to deliver care, but we cannot deliver the high standard of care that we've been trained to deliver." First Minister, 26,000 cancer patients and their families have faced this anxiety and waited too long on the SNP's watch. Can you explain why to them and their doctors?
First Minister.
I've set out in considerable detail, and the presiding officer has asked me to keep my remarks limited, so I won't repeat all that I've just put on the record in my answer. But what I said in my answer is a demonstration of two things. One, the investment in specialism and specialist capacity to enable us to treat cancer patients. And two, being prepared to put the resources in to enable that to happen. That has not happened by accident. It happened because ministers in this government took a decision to increase tax for higher earners so we could spend more on health than was provided by the UK government in consequentials. And secondly, that we decided not to pass on a Barnett consequential to the hospitality sector, but instead to invest that in the National Health Service. Now, I'm contributing to the debate just now, acknowledging the significant pressures on the National Health Service, but also the significant burden created by prolonged austerity. What I worry about, and I worry about it deeply, is I do not hear a willingness on the part of the Labour Party to take a different course of direction, to invest more in our National Health Service to ensure we can deliver the care that people require. And I want to make sure that that is well understood by people in the course of the next week, to ensure that people are fully informed about the limitations of the position that has been offered by the Labour Party, and to demonstrate the commitments that we have given to put our money where our mouth is, to put taxes up, to increase investment in the National Health Service, and to deliver for the people of this country.
Question number 3, Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the First Minister when the Cabinet will next meet.
First Minister.
The Cabinet will next meet in the week commencing the 5th of August.
Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Presiding Officer, it's harder than ever to see your GP. People are phoning hundreds of times when the lines open, only to be given an appointment weeks later. Local surgeries are on their knees, and a lot of the demand that they face is linked to the crisis in mental health. They need dedicated mental health workers alongside them. And in 2021, Nicola Sturgeon agreed with that. She announced that the SNP government would hire 1,000 new staff to lessen the load. Every surgery would benefit by 2026. Well, there's not long to go now. There's just one catch. We've uncovered that 3 years later, not a single one of these workers has been recruited. Not one. Liberal Democrats are dedicated to getting you fast access to your GP. We are dedicated to world-class mental health support. But the SNP have cut mental health budgets time and again and again and again. So can I ask the First Minister, isn't this yet more evidence that the SNP have been in power too long and are letting people down?
First Minister.
No, Presiding Officer, because we've exceeded our commitment to recruit 800 additional mental health workers to A&E's, GP practices, police station custody suites and prisons. We also have invested in mental health support in our schools, with mental health counsellors that are in our schools, to try to provide that early intervention to reduce the crystallisation of demand for CAMS services, so that young people are supported at an earlier stage. So the Government has increased expenditure on the mental health from a 2% cash increase, representing 8.5% of total NHS expenditure. Expenditure on CAMS has also increased, and the Government will continue to take an approach to supporting essential mental health services to assist in meeting the demands and the needs of individuals in our society.
Question number 4, Audrey Nicholl.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the First Minister, with regard to the impact on child poverty levels in Scotland, what assessment the Scottish Government has made of the recent research from the Institute for Fiscal Studies on the impact of the two-child benefit cap?
First Minister. So the report shows that the scale of the impact of the two-child limit, with an extra 250,000 children in the UK to be affected next year and an extra 670,000 by the end of the next UK Parliament. On average, those households will be £4,300 worse off, representing 10% of their income. The evidence is overwhelmingly clear. Scrapping the Westminster policy will immediately lift children out of poverty. So it's frankly breathtaking that the Labour Party is committed to keeping the two-child cap in place, offering no change to the Tories' austerity agenda.
Audrey Nicholl.
I thank the First Minister for that response. As he's outlined, the IFS research indicates that when fully rolled out, the two-child benefit cap, which is supported by both Labour and Tories, will affect 1 in 5 children, costing families an average of £4,300 a year. So can I ask the First Minister if he can advise what assessment the Scottish Government has made of the impact on child poverty levels if an incoming UK Government reversed this cruel policy?
First Minister.
So the recent analysis by the Government has estimated that reversing the two-child limit and reintroducing the family element of universal credit would lift 10,000 children out of poverty in Scotland. That, of course, would be welcome, in addition to the effectiveness of the child poverty measures the Government is already taking, where on the Scottish Child Payment and on other measures we are keeping 100,000 children out of poverty as a consequence, and it would be of assistance to us in achieving the fundamental aspiration of this Government, which is to eradicate child poverty, if we were to have the assistance and the support of measures from the United Kingdom Government by the lifting of the two-child limit, rather than the prolonging of child poverty as a consequence of the maintenance of what is an immoral policy.
Question number 5, Murdo Fraser.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the First Minister, in light of the reported number of serious and fatal accidents on the A9 trunk road in recent weeks, what progress is being made on the dualling project?
First Minister.
President Officer, we are all aware of the harm, disruption and inconvenience caused by road traffic accidents, including the most recent incidents on the A9. I want to express my sympathies to everyone affected by the loss of a loved one, including the family and friends of the individual who was killed in an accident on the A9 last Sunday, and to anyone who has been injured on our roads. As I confirmed at the cross-party meeting I chaired on Tuesday, this Government's commitment to dualling the A9 is steadfast, and progress has been made on the timetable that was published in December. Since then, we have progressed the purchase of land for 4 sections in the programme. The procurement of the Tay Crossing to Ballinluig project began in May, and I can advise Parliament today that we are nearing completion of the procurement process and will shortly award the contract for the dualling of the Tomatin to Moy section.
Murdo Fraser.
I thank the First Minister for that response. He is aware that the busy summer tourist season always brings a spate of serious and fatal accidents on the A9. The latest of these, as he's alluded to, was on Sunday at Calveen with the death of a motorcyclist. This is a terrible tragedy for the family of the man killed, but there was also massive disruption on this major busy arterial route, with the road closed for 7.5 hours, leaving motorists and bus passengers stranded. I'm sure the First Minister would want to join with me in thanking local residents and businesses in Blair Athol who stepped in with food, drink and accommodation to help those who were affected. But these tragedies will continue until we see the A9 dualled in full, which the SNP government promised would happen by 2025. That promise was broken. The First Minister now says the dualling programme will proceed. Why will it be different this time?
First Minister.
The First of all, let me associate myself with the remarks made by Murdo Fraser in relation to the assistance provided by my constituents in the Blair Athol area. The community around Blair Athol and Pitlochry and Dunkeld has had a lot of experience in previous incidents of providing support, and I express my warm thanks to individuals who helped. I should also, for completeness, say that settlements north of the accident at Calveen in Dalwhinnie, Canusia and Newtonmore were also providing assistance to motorists who were inconvenienced. The accident that took place at Calveen was in a particularly difficult place on the road to enable alternative diversion routes to be put in place, that therefore involved long diversion routes and significant amounts of disruption. And I've asked Transport Scotland, with the Transport Secretary, to look again at the handling of that incident to be certain that all assistance that can be provided will be provided. In relation to the latter part of Mr Fraser's question, the Government, of course, has had to address a number of major infrastructure projects that were part of the ongoing programme that we inherited when we came to office, and some other projects that emerged that had to be addressed. So the Government has completed satisfactorily the Borders Railway, the Leavenmouth Railway, the Airdrie-Bathgate Railway, expansion of a number of stations, the Aberdeen Western Peripheral Route, which was promised for 40 years and never delivered, the Queensferry Crossing, the M80 completion, the M8 completion and the M74 completion. We've brought forward
Briefly, First Minister.
I will do, First Minister. We brought forward the improvements at Luncarty to Passaburnham on the A9, Kincraig Dalradi, Crewbinmore and the Balnloo Junction. So I hope that gives Mr Fraser confidence that the Government delivers.
Fergus Ewing.
Presiding Officer, on Tuesday this week, a cross-party group of MSPs representing all but one parties in the Holyrood Chamber met with the First Minister to discuss the acceleration, the speeding up of the timetable of programming for dualling the A9. Can he now confirm to us all, to Scotland, that he will give the most serious consideration to this plea with officials and industry, and also in any financial instrument deployed, will he seek to include provision to deliver our promise on the Nairn bypass as well?
First Minister.
Well, the Government is committed to delivering the the Nairn bypass and also the dualling of the A9 from Inverness to Nairn. And as I indicated to the meeting on Tuesday, the Government will, of course, keep the programme under review to identify if there is any way we can move faster. But we've established a strong programme which enables us to deliver on the commitment that we have made. The Government's commitment is absolute. But as Mr Ewing will well know from his long experience in government, we have to live within the financial resources that are available to us. We will deploy creativity in trying to expand those resources available to us. But if our capital budget is being cut by 10%, that is a significant challenge to any government of any political colour.
Rhoda Grant.
Listing the projects that have been completed instead of the A9 simply adds insult to injury to the people of the North who have waited too long. Can I therefore ask how much land has been purchased for the A9 and how much remains to be purchased?
First Minister.
I simply set out the projects that the Government has delivered, which we put in place to establish the confidence that the Government is able to deliver capital projects. I've not heard from Rhoda Grant an argument why we shouldn't have done any of the projects that we did. And we were actually encouraged by the Labour Party to do other projects that we didn't want to do, and we had to find the funding for all of that. So I simply put those on the record. In relation to the volume of land that's been acquired, I can't give Rhoda Grant a definitive figure, but I'll write to her in the aftermath of First Minister's questions with the details.
Question number 6, Emma Harper.
To ask the First Minister whether he will provide an update on the Scottish Government's work to roll out the carer support payment.
First Minister.
Our carer support payment is the 14th benefit delivered by Social Security Scotland and has been available for new applicants in Dundee City, Perth and Kinross and the Western Isles since November 2023. It will operate nationally from November, and on Monday we completed the latest phase of the rollout, opening to new applications in Angus, North and South Lanarkshire. Carer support payment, co-designed with carers and support organisations, extends entitlement to many carers in full-time education, removing barriers to education for around 1,500 carers a year.
Harper.
I thank the First Minister for that response. Carer support payment is Scotland's 14th transformative devolved payment, and it is benefiting many young carers who would simply not be receiving the financial support they deserve elsewhere in the UK. Will the First Minister urge the next UK Government to face up to the devastating effects that a decade of austerity has had on our communities, including unpaid carers, and match the progressive social security ambitions of the SNP Scottish Government?
First Minister.
In relation to the point that Emma Harper makes about the impact of the carer support payment on young people, I might add that from Monday we've extended eligibility for 16 to 19-year-olds in full-time secondary education with exceptional circumstances to have access to that payment, and I do hope that helps to address some of the issues that she raises. The Government is committing a record £6.3 billion for benefits expenditure, which is £1.1 billion more than we received from the United Kingdom Government for Social Security through the block grant, demonstrating our commitment to tackling poverty. And the investment will support more than 1 in 5 people in Scotland, particularly disabled people, and to assist them in living full and independent lives, enabling older people to heat their homes in winter, and recognising the valuable contribution of unpaid carers to our communities around the country.
Thank you. We move to general and constituency supplementaries. If we keep questions and responses concise, we will be able to involve more members. And I call John Mason.
Thank you. Does the First Minister share my concern at the rate at which Scottish headquarters companies are being taken over by businesses elsewhere, and specifically, most recently, in my own constituency, civil engineers R.J. MacLeod?
First Minister.
I do understand the concern. I understand the anxiety, particularly for employees of these organisations. There are, of course, examples of Scottish companies acquiring businesses in other parts of the United Kingdom and around the world, so the process of acquisition is and can be a two-way process. But I think part of what the Government wants to do is to strengthen the roots of companies within Scotland, strengthening their commitment to the Scottish economy. And the recent data from the Royal Bank of Scotland Purchasing Managers Index demonstrates that Scotland is an attractive place to do business that is attracting a great deal of interest both domestically and internationally.
Ros McCall.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. If you are not satisfied with the service you receive, you look beyond the practice and instead hold those with the power to improve matters to account. The Scottish Government needs to do more to directly support general practice, the bedrock of the NHS. Please contact your MSP. This is the statement Fife Local Medical Committee, who represents GPs' practices in Fife, have written to their patients. First Minister, our GPs are the front line of our health service. So what message do you have for the patients in Fife who have been so completely let down by this Government in light of this statement?
If I could just remind members to always address the remarks through the Chair. First Minister.
President Officer, I greatly value the contribution that general practices make to the nation's health. I want to make sure that GP practices have the support that they need to deliver on their commitments. The Government has invested over £1.2 billion in general medical services in the last financial year, and we work in close concert with general practices to make sure they meet the needs of their patients. And the Health Secretary is in regular dialogue with the representatives of the GP practices through the BMA and other organisations, and that will certainly be encouraged by me.
Neil Bibby.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. In recent years, there has been a significant growth in participation in tennis in Scotland, with over 270,000 children playing at least once a year, a 29% increase in children playing weekly, and record levels of club membership. It is welcome also that half of all schools in Scotland are registered to deliver the LTA Youth Schools programme, a free offer with resources to deliver tennis in a school setting. As Sir Andy Murray, one of Scotland's greatest ever athletes, comes towards the end of his career, how will the Scottish Government work with both Tennis Scotland and the Lawn Tennis Association to capitalise on his success and ensure that every primary-aged child in Scotland has the opportunity to pick up a racket and try tennis?
First Minister.
I think, well, first of all, let me associate myself very much with the sentiments behind Mr Bibby's question. Sir Andy Murray has given exceptional, demonstrable leadership to the encouragement of participation in sport as a consequence of his incredibly successful career, and he has been a great ambassador for Scotland and an ambassador for tennis and for sport. I think the answer to the question lies in some of the points that Mr Bibby has put to me, that it will be through partnership that we make the greatest success. So we are working already with Tennis Scotland, the Lawn Tennis Association and Sports Scotland to support the delivery of tennis activity around the country. There's a £15 million Transforming Scotland's Indoor Tennis Fund, which is a capital investment programme which has been brought together by that partnership to enable greater use of tennis facilities and to encourage greater participation in tennis. And I assure Mr Bibby of the Government's willing engagement to work with partners to deliver that increased participation.
No, Whittam.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. A recent study from researchers at the London School of Economics has indicated that UK government austerity spending cuts cost the average person in the UK nearly half a year in life expectancy between 2010 and 2019. Given the further substantial austerity cuts that the IFS has warned that both Labour and the Tories are planning, can the First Minister advise what assessment the Scottish Government has made of the impact these Westminster cuts on public health in Scotland?
First Minister.
President Officer, I think it's very clear that the evidence points to the really acute difficulties that Elena Whittam puts on the record today, that if there is a prolonged reduction in public expenditure, it will cause harms to the population. That is what we are wrestling with today. And that is why I say there has to be a change of direction in the public finances. We have taken decisions here to expand public expenditure to enable investment in our public services. We need to see the fiscal climate of the United Kingdom catching up with us to enable there to be greater investment in the public services of our country.
Graham Simpson.
Thank you. I've been contacted by a constituent with a 38-year-old niece in Lanarkshire who has breast cancer. Treating that will ultimately affect her fertility, but because she's past her 38th birthday, NHS rules say she must pay £5,000 for fertility preservation treatment. If she was an otherwise healthy woman, she could get IVF on the NHS into her 40s, rightly so. But I don't think that's a very fair situation for anyone with breast cancer. So will the First Minister agree to look into this situation as a matter of urgency?
First Minister.
I recognise the sensitivity of the point that Mr Simpson puts to me, and I understand the concern about the difference in approach that is taken in different scenarios. So I am very happy for the relevant ministers, the Health Secretary, the Public Health Minister, to engage directly with Mr Simpson on this question. We'll explore what is possible. There may be clinical issues with which I'm not familiar, but we'll explore that to see if there is a way that can address the points that Mr Simpson puts to me.
Nicola Lennon.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Scottish Government's plan to downgrade the neonatal intensive care unit at University Hospital Wishaw is dangerous, flawed and will fail vulnerable babies and families in Lanarkshire. My constituents deserve better, and that's why they have the full support of Scottish Labour. But what about the First Minister? Will he listen to parents, families and healthcare experts and save the unit, the UK award-winning unit, or will this SNP government continue to defend the indefensible?
First Minister.
I understand this is a very significant and sensitive issue in the Lanarkshire area, but the conclusions that have been arrived at by a very detailed and comprehensive process of evidence gathering, and they are based on clinical advice that I think it would be impossible for the government to ignore. So the information that has been gathered together points to the changes that are being proposed, and that approach is based on evidence. Now, this is, of course, an issue looking at babies that are at an extreme level of vulnerability, and as a consequence, I think the logic follows, and the evidence points to this, there is a need for very sophisticated intervention to maximise the possibility of sustaining life. So, on that evidence, I think it would be difficult for ministers to ignore that compelling evidence that has been put in front of us. I understand the strength of feeling on this question, but there is a need for ministers to act with responsibility in relation to the evidence that's put in front of us.
Jamie Green.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I start by declaring an interest as convener of the cross-party group on Taiwan? On June the 12th, the Cabinet Secretary for External Affairs met with the Chinese Consul General in Edinburgh. The purpose of the meeting is not known. But what we do know is that days later, the City of Edinburgh pulled a friendship agreement with the Taiwanese port city of Kaohsiung. We also know that the Chinese officials made public statements of sanctions against academia, aviation and business in the capital city. What I'd like to know, first of all, is the First Minister comfortable with such threats to our capital city? But also, will he instruct the Cabinet Secretary to publish minutes of his meeting with Chinese officials? And in doing so, please explain why he felt it appropriate to intervene on the matter at all.
First Minister.
Well, first of all, the decisions of the City of Edinburgh Council will be a matter for the City of Edinburgh Council. And ministers do not have any direction-making power to local authorities on a matter like this. There will be some issues in which we have. I'm actually not sure if we do have direction-making powers to local authorities because they are independent corporate bodies. So that question I just don't think arises. I certainly don't think it's appropriate for any threats to be issued to public bodies. Public bodies should be free to make their own judgments and come to their conclusions. So I don't agree with that in any shape or form. And I think it's not surprising that the Cabinet Secretary for External Affairs meets the Chinese Consul General. Mr Robertson has an obligation to meet with the consular community on a regular basis. Indeed, I will be meeting with the American Consul General this evening to mark his moving on from his posting in Edinburgh. So these are routine discussions, and any decisions for the City of Edinburgh Council are a matter for the City Council.
And Ross Greer.
Thank you. My colleague Patrick Harvey has written to the First Minister and the Lord Advocate to request confirmation of what action Scottish ministers are taking in light of the serious concerns which have come to light about Donald Trump's acquisition of property in Scotland. Mr Trump was recently found guilty on 34 counts in the New York State Supreme Court, including falsifying business records in relation to his Scottish properties. Since 2017, the Scottish Greens have called on ministers to apply for an unexplained wealth order under the Proceeds of Crime Act to investigate Trump's activities in Scotland. For years, ministers have said they cannot confirm or deny whether Trump is under investigation. In that same length of time, an investigation and a court case have now taken place in New York. Faith in Scotland's justice system is being put at risk by the appearance of inaction in the face of potentially serious criminal activity by a rich and powerful individual. So can the First Minister provide an update on whether an unexplained wealth order will be sought against Donald Trump's Scottish business activities?
First Minister.
I understand the points that Mr Greer makes to me. Obviously, the decisions that arrived at by the Supreme Court in New York are a matter for that court. There's a process that has to be undertaken in Scotland on the whole question of an unexplained wealth order. That is taken forward by the Civil Recovery Unit, which is responsible to Scottish ministers under the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002. And it would be a matter for the Civil Recovery Unit to consider. In the light of Mr Greer putting this to me, I will explore if there is anything more that can be said about this, and I will write to him accordingly if there is anything more that can be added to what I have placed on the record today.
Thank you. That concludes First Minister's questions. The next item of business is a debate on motion 13746 in the name of Martin Whitfield on behalf of the Standards, Procedures and Public Appointments Committee on Standing Order Rule Changes, Procedures on Consent in relation to UK Parliament bills. I invite members who wish to speak to press the request to speak buttons, and I call on Martin Whitfield to speak to and move the motion on behalf of the Standards, Procedures and Public Appointments Committee. Up to 5 minutes, please. I'm grateful, Presiding Officer, and can I extend my apologies to Cabinet Secretaries and Ministers who are awaiting appointment to bring before the Chamber the results of the fourth report from my committee, which leads to motion S6M 13746, which I move in my name. The motion invites the Parliament to agree to changes to the Standing Order Rules
rules relating to legislative consent that clarifies the process in relation to instances where the Parliament is invited to withhold its consent. And can I thank my Deputy Convener Ruth Maguire for her support on this motion. Standing Order Chapter 9b currently provides for legislative consent motions to be lodged where the Scottish Parliament's consent is being sought. Both the Conveners Group and the Constitution Europe External Affairs and Culture Committee wrote to the Standard Procedures and Public Appointments Committee to highlight the lack of a provision in standing orders about motions refusing legislative consent. The correspondence highlighted the increased number of incidences in which motions refusing consent were being debated and agreed by the Parliament. Because such motions sit out with the legislative consent process set out in standing orders, motions refusing consent can be lodged and taken in chamber in advance of lead committees reporting on that legislative consent motion. In response to the concerns raised, the committee proposed a discrete procedure for refusing consent, which it consulted on with all the Scottish Parliament committees, the Parliamentary Bureau, the political parties, and indeed the Minister for Parliamentary Business on behalf of the Scottish Government. The consultation proposed a similar rule for motions refusing consent as currently exists for consent motions. This included the requirement that a motion refusing legislative consent can only be lodged if a corresponding consent memorandum has been lodged, and that the memorandum should include a draft motion. All the consultation responses were supportive to this change. The consultation asked whether respondents had a preference regarding making lodging a motion mandatory. The majority of the responses stated that they supported placing an obligation on the Scottish Government to, quote, endeavour, unquote, to lodge a motion to give the Parliament the opportunity to refuse consent. The Minister for Parliamentary Business raised concerns that rules would operate in instances where UK bills may give rise to the consideration of different consent positions at different points in the bill's passage. So following these discussions, the committee has agreed that a single set of rules for any relevant bill, regardless of consent position, be proposed. The same process and stages are required regardless of whether consent is being sought or indeed refusal of consent. The revised draft rules also incorporate the preference expressed in the consultation from the Scottish Government to try and lodge a motion on legislative consent. The draft rules use the term normally and do not specify any time limits. The committee believes the proposed rule changes will provide more clarity to the Parliament's procedures for considering legislative consent motions. The committee believes it will also provide a greater protection to the important scrutiny function performed by committees of legislative consent memorandum and ensure the work of the committees on these matters is always able to inform the Parliament's decision taking on legislative consent motion. The rule changes themselves are set out in Annex B of the committee's report, and for the avoidance of doubt, the wording in the annex will completely replace the existing wording in standing orders relating to it. Due to the forthcoming UK general election on the 4th of July, that I'm no doubt we're all aware of, there are currently no UK Parliament bills on which legislative consent is being sought. This means that the motion is proposing that the rule change takes effect from the 2nd of July before any legislation which may seek legislative consent is introduced following the UK general election. I'm grateful, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Whitfield. That concludes the debate on Standing Order rule changes, procedures on consent in relation to UK Parliament bills. It's now time to move on to the next item of business, which is a debate on motions 13771 and 13772 in the name of John Sweeney on appointment of Scottish Minister and appointment of Junior Scottish Minister. And can I remind members that under Rule 11.3.1 of Standing Orders, the question on these motions will be put immediately after the debate. And I invite members who wish to speak in the debate to press their request to speak buttons. And I call on the First Minister to speak to and move the motions.
Thank you, President Officer. I'm sure I speak for all members when I say that Mr Whitfield's speech was a great relief to us all. We've resolved that matter. I move the motions in my name which seek Parliament's approval that Gillian Martin be appointed as Scottish Minister and Alistair Allen be appointed as Scottish Junior Minister. Before I do so, I would like to express my best wishes to Mary McCallan as she temporarily leaves her Cabinet post to go on maternity leave. Mary McCallan is an outstanding and much valued Cabinet Secretary with responsibility for Scotland's response to one of the defining challenges of our age, climate change, and she has never shied away from taking the big decisions and always seeks to push the powers of her portfolio to their limits. Important though her Cabinet role is, it is nothing compared to the role she is about to take on as a mother and a parent when, with her husband Ian, they welcome their first child into their lives. There is no more vital task in our society than giving our children the best possible start in life, and while we will miss Mary McCallan around the Cabinet table, she has my full support to take the time she wishes to take and needs on maternity leave, knowing that her job is there for her on her return. Sadly, that is not the experience of all women, but it is a message I am keen for my government to promote strongly. There should be no barrier to women holding senior positions in organisations from having children, and they deserve our full support to be able to do so. And I know that the whole Chamber will join with me in sending our best wishes to Mary and to Ian as they await their new arrival. To turn to today's appointments, while Mary McCallan takes her maternity leave, I have asked Gillian Martin to assume her responsibilities and become Acting Cabinet Secretary for Net Zero and Energy. Gillian Martin has served as Minister for Climate Action since May, but has held similar briefs as a Minister for some time before that. Before she was elected to Parliament, Gillian Martin spent time working in the energy industry and, as a representative of the North East, fully understands both the complexities and the opportunities of her new role as she leads the Scottish Government's efforts to deliver a just transition. Gillian Martin will also retain responsibility for the circular economy. With Gillian Martin moving into a Cabinet position, I have asked Dr Alistair Allen to take on her responsibilities and become Acting Minister for Climate Action. Dr Allen is no stranger to ministerial office, having served as a Minister for many years previously in education and external affairs roles. He is well used to engaging with and listening to a wide variety of stakeholders on areas of critical importance to the Government. And as a long-serving member of the Scottish Parliament for the Western Isles, Dr Allen brings a particular perspective to a portfolio where considering the needs of rural communities is absolutely vital on issues such as renewable heating and energy efficiency. Presiding Officer, by the end of next week, we will have a new United Kingdom Government and we will await the result of the election. Although this Chamber is about to rise for its summer recess, Ministers across my government will be seeking to engage promptly and constructively with counterparts in Westminster over the summer period. Gillian Martin and Dr Allen are both very keen to pursue their responsibilities, and I ask Parliament to approve their appointments today.
Thank you. I now call on Douglas Lumsden.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I will be brief today. May I extend my best wishes to Mary McCallan as she heads off on maternity leave, and I'm sure she will be a fantastic mum, and I look forward to seeing her back in Parliament later in this session. As a parent myself, I remember only too well the sleepless nights, the stress and the worry, but I guess as a member of the SNP government that's something that Ms McCallan's already used to. I also welcome Gillian Martin to the role of Cabinet Secretary. She will bring a wealth of experience to the position. And it's good to see a former oil and gas spin doctor, as the Ferret referred to her, becoming Cabinet Secretary. I do enjoy debating with Gillian Martin because I am sure deep down she doesn't agree with her party's presumption against oil and gas. And I'm sure deep down she supports the Rosebank development. So I look forward to her changing her party's position and protecting the North East economy. I would also like to congratulate Dr Alistair Allen in getting back into government. This is finally a recycling target that the government has finally met. So we will support this motion today, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. And I now call on Martin Whitfield.
I'm very grateful, Presiding Officer. And again, as others have done, can I first echo my best wishes to Mary McCallan and to Ian for the arrival of what will be a bundle of joy that will take all of the time that you have. And I was minded when I read a quote that you'd given Mary McCallan that how could you complain that you were given as the pregnant lady more work as opposed to what might have happened in previous decades where you would have been written off. And I think, to echo the First Minister's very powerful statements about that, I think this is a very significant move, and I congratulate both the government, but more importantly, I congratulate you. And the open-door offer to return to your job at the right time, and I like the fact that the First Minister said, when you are ready. I would listen very carefully to that. And to the appointments, to Gillian Martin, who has been in government and has been invited to, quote, step up to the role of Mary McCallan. I know she will fill this both fully and successfully. And also to Dr Alistair Allen, who I have had the pleasure to work with. And I was reminded when I read about the prospective appointment of a book that he'd written some while ago, where he compared his journey from Berwick to the Solway Firth by saying it would be appreciated by anyone who likes dry humour and wet weather. So I look forward to that returning to the Scottish Government at this time, and we will support the motion today.
Thank you. And I now call on Gillian Mackay.
Thanks, Presiding Officer. I want to start by welcoming Gillian Martin and Alistair Allen to their new roles. These roles are essential to tackling the climate crisis and accelerating our path to net zero. And I'm sure both Ms Martin and Dr Allen will not be surprised to hear that we will be pushing them hard on much of the work we need to see progress in the next year or so. We do need to keep in mind, Presiding Officer, that with more young women in Parliament than ever, we do need to look at how we support those going on maternity leave. Government are able to reshuffle to cover those responsibilities, but there is no equivalent support for regional or constituency responsibilities to actually allow maternity leave to be proper leave. We should learn from those who have taken maternity leave this session and how we as a Parliament could make that support better, including exploring locum cover. I want to end, Presiding Officer, by taking the opportunity on behalf of my party to wish Mary McCallan well for the arrival of her baby. We wish her, her husband Ian and the rest of the family all the best for this new adventure and the expansion of their family. I very much hope that Mary McCallan can have a good and peaceful maternity leave, as much as it can be, and I'm sure the whole Parliament look forward to meeting the new arrival in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the debate on appointment of Scottish Ministers and Junior Scottish Ministers. There are two questions to be put. The first is that motion 13771 in the name of John Sweeney on appointment of a Scottish Minister be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed. The next question is that motion 13772 in the name of John Sweeney on appointment of a Junior Scottish Minister be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed, and we will now move on to the next item of business, and I'll allow a moment for front benches to organise themselves.
Thank you. And we will now move on to the next item of business. And the next item of business is a debate on motion 13758 in the name of Jamie Hepburn on Scottish Elections Representation and Reform Bill at Stage 1. I would invite those members who would wish to speak in the debate to please press the request to speak buttons, and I call on Jamie Hepburn, Minister, to speak to and to move the motion. Up to 9 minutes, please.
Thank you, President Officer. I'm very pleased to open the Stage 1 debate of the Scottish Elections Representation and Reform Bill. I'd first of all like to thank those engaged in the public consultation ahead of developing this bill. That is always an important part of our process, and I'm grateful for those who did so. I'm also very grateful to the committees involved in scrutinising the bill, in particular the Standards, Procedures and Public Appointments Committee. I am very pleased that its Stage 1 report supports the bill's principles, and I look forward to hearing from the committee convener in a few moments, just as I look forward to working closely with the committee and others as it continues its passage through Parliament. I'd also like to thank my predecessor, my friend George Adam, who developed the bill's proposals. The effort he undertook in engaging with a range of people and organisations and this Parliament in developing and forming the proposals within the bill is something I am very grateful for, and I can assure you and other members an approach I am committed to continue. Presiding Officer, as we mark a quarter century of the Parliament's first elections, the Scottish Election Bill is an example of the positive changes that this Parliament has made in how elections are run, always seeking to put people first. Whilst it has been... Indeed.
Daniel Johnson.
He makes a very good point about this being about the Parliament, but does it strike him as odd that these are proposals being brought forward by the government and the executive? And as we consider how we make these sorts of changes in the future, does he think there should be a greater role for Parliament to both look and instigate and initiate these, rather than these being government-initiated changes?
Well, I would say it's always in the hands of Parliament to initiate any proposals it wants to, and I think we'll probably come to discuss some in a short while. Mr Simpson is, I think, speaking today, and he has some proposals in this area. Other members are, of course, able to do so. Any committee of Parliament is able to do so, in particular the Standards Public Appointments Committee. So I am always up for that approach, and of course the government will always cooperate as such. And indeed, I was just about to make the point, whilst it has been brought forward by the Scottish Government, I do believe that this is Parliament's bill, and I hope it will command the support of all colleagues here. The bill covers a range of issues reforming Scottish Parliament and local government elections, carry forward government commitments to extending candidacy rights and improving accessibility for voters. It reforms our key electoral organisations, and it also addresses issues arising from the UK Elections Act 2022, especially in campaign finance, and builds on experience from the pandemic. The bill extends candidacy rights at Scottish Parliament and local government elections to foreign nationals with limited leave to remain. It seems right that those who can vote in our elections should also be able to stand for election, unless there are strong reasons otherwise. Presiding Officer, I would highlight the powerful evidence provided to the committee on the impact of changes already made by this Parliament on voting rights for foreign nationals. Alam Hamid al-Bashiri of the Scottish Refugee Council told the committee, and I quote precisely, "I am so happy that in 2020 the right to vote in Scotland was given to refugees, and I, as a refugee, can vote in national and local elections here. In 2021, when I went to cast my vote for the first time, it was one of the most beautiful moments of my life. I am so glad that I chose Scotland to make Scotland my country." That's a sentiment that many of us who have taken for granted our right to vote may have underestimated or may not fully appreciated. They are powerful words that bring home the real impact of what changes to voting rights bring people and how it can involve them in this vital tenet of democratic elections. I was therefore pleased to see that the Stage 1 report welcomed the proposed extension of candidacy rights. All of us here have been candidates for election, often many times, and for many of us, for more than just this Parliament. Some of us had varying degrees of success in doing so at different points, but we have all gone through the process of being a candidate. We are aware of the risks faced by those standing for public office. It's crucial that campaigners, candidates and those running elections who face the risk of abuse in what should be a safe environment feel secure, and that action is taken if they do not. That's why the bill builds on the UK Elections Act to allow a court to bar from becoming MSPs and councillors those found guilty of offences involving intimidation of campaigners, candidates and elected representatives. It also goes further than the UK Act by allowing those found guilty of offences involving intimidation of electoral workers to be disqualified. I hope this sends a very strong, a very clear message to those who administer our elections that any intimidation or abuse against them is unacceptable and should not be tolerated. The bill makes a further change in disqualification, so future changes to House of Commons eligibility rules no longer automatically apply to MSPs. Further changes on disqualification are also planned for stage 2. We have sought views ahead of bringing amendments to disqualify sex offenders from becoming MSPs and councillors. And as I mentioned a few moments ago in response to Mr Johnson, we are aware of Mr Simpson's proposed removal from office and recall members' bill. I have been very grateful to him to have had the chance to have what I believe, and I hope he would concur, are constructive discussions around that proposed legislation, which has 3 elements. One is a system of recall similar to the process introduced for MPs, and which was a motion with substantial cross-party support just a few weeks ago in this Parliament. Another is about removal from office due to a lack of participation, and a third on the threshold for criminal conviction to disqualify people from elected office. I have been discussing the detail of those matters with Mr Simpson. As I've said, I intend to continue this work over the coming period ahead of stage 2 to assess any possible implications for this bill we are debating today. Presiding Officer, on campaigning in general, the bill broadly mirrors the UK's Elections Act on spending during election campaigns, redefining notional expenditure, limiting overseas spending and modifying third-party campaigning costs. These changes would simplify the law and have been broadly welcomed. On digital imprints, the actions of the UK Government have left us with little choice but to repeal the existing Scottish rules, which was the first in the UK and have operated successfully. The UK Government chose to pursue a broad reading of the Internet Services Reservation that we continue to think incorrect. The bill responds to that unilateral change. We have, however, retained one aspect in discussion with the Electoral Commission, so that an imprint is required on unpaid-for material posted not just by a regulated campaigner, but all organisations. We see this as addressing an important gap. The committee's Stage 1 report highlights concerns about the enforcement and oversight of these measures, and I intend to engage closely with stakeholders to ensure concerns are addressed. The bill also builds on lessons learned during the pandemic on the emergency rescheduling of elections. We've been clear these proposals are only for situations where a delay is essential, such as a public health emergency. The Standards Committee called for those making postponement decisions, for example, the presiding officer or the convener of the Electoral Management Board, to provide a written statement of reasons for that decision. I will bring forward an amendment to that effect. I've also noted the proposal from elected administrators that the maximum period for a delayed council elections should be 4 weeks rather than 2, and intend to bring forward an amendment at stage 2 to reflect this. Presiding Officer, we all want the highest possible participation and registration for elections, and for Scotland's citizens to be actively involved in our democracy. To that end, the bill makes provision on electoral innovation pilots. At present, only councils can propose pilots. The bill will allow schemes to be proposed by the Electoral Management Board, electoral registration officers and ministers. Piloting allows us to test whether potential changes and innovations will work in practice. And the current election campaign has again highlighted the need to help people with sight loss to vote independently. Pilots should be able to help people register to vote. And I intend to bring forward an amendment to clarify that changes to the registration system can be piloted. Presiding Officer, there is much else the bill seeks to do. I don't have time in this opening part to speak to all, but I'll speak to more as I come to close. I look forward to hearing the contributions of members. But let me close by citing the evidence provided by the Electoral Reform Society to committee. It's also important not to focus only on elections, but to think about the opportunities to strengthen our democracy in the period between elections too. This bill is designed to help that effort, and as such, I move the motion in my name.
Thank you, Minister. I now call on Martin Whitfield on behalf of the Standards, Procedures and Public Appointments Committee. Up to 7 minutes, please, Mr Whitfield. I'm very grateful, Deputy Presiding Officer. And as convener of the Standards, Procedures and Public Appointments Committee, it is my pleasure to speak on behalf of the committee. It is an opportune time, of course, to be debating electoral law, and I'm sure all members here would join me in encouraging people who are able to vote next week and actually to continue voting in future elections to which this bill relates, because our democracy is founded on that moment when a person makes a decision about who they wish to represent them.
I would, to echo the Minister, like to thank all of those who provided written and oral evidence on the bill, as well as all my fellow committee members for their constructive way in which they approached the committee's Stage 1 report. The committee supports the general principles of the bill, although there are a number of matters on which we either call for further clarification in advance of Stage 2 or where we have already suggested changes to the government. And I welcome the openness to which the current Minister and his predecessor have been towards the committee to take advice, to discuss and hopefully to be able to reach satisfactory conclusions. The Scottish Government has provided a response to the committee's report, indicating an openness to consider a number of the recommendations the committee has made for amendments, and I'm grateful for this. The bill covers a number of very different aspects of electoral law, and I won't speak to every detail of the bill, but will cover the committee's main conclusions and recommendations. I will, however, urge all members and those outside of this place to read the report at Stage 1, listen to the debate today, and engage over the recess period so that changes, amendments and ideas can be brought forward in a timely manner. The committee... Happy to give way to...
Daniel Johnson.
I'm very grateful to Martin Whitfield for giving way. Given that so much of this bill is in essence a framework bill and will rely on secondary legislation, I'm just wondering if the convener of the Standards and Privilege Committee could outline what his view is about how such secondary legislation should be drafted, reviewed and amended so that it can genuinely be a cross-party, because that is ultimately where much of the detail will actually be embodied.
Martin Whitfield.
I'm very grateful for that intervention. And if I can disagree with my colleague in respect of it is not simply a framework bill in the style that we have seen others. There is much that is delved into this. But there is, and you will pick up in due course and will have already done so from the report, a level of criticism, maybe that's too strong a word, a view of inquiry as to the extent of secondary legislation, because it does go to the heart of this about who should control our electoral methods. Is it, and indeed should it be, this Parliament? And we've already had the indication from the Minister of the ability of the Parliament to launch opportunities, indications and changes, or should it sit with a government? So we will pursue inquiry on that as we go forward. The committee supports the extension of candidacy rights to individuals with limited leave to remain. The majority of those who provided evidence to the committee welcomed the proposals. There are, however, some concerns in the evidence about the potential risk that it could be used by foreign players to undermine Scotland's electoral system, and the committee has invited the Scottish Government to make further consideration of those risks. The bill also introduces a Scottish disqualification order, which would disqualify an individual subject to an order from standing for election to the Scottish Parliament and or our local government in Scotland for a period of 5 years. It also provides that where an individual is convicted of certain offences and the court believes beyond reasonable doubt that the offence was aggravated by hostility related to electoral workers, the court will, in most cases, be required to impose an additional sanction of a disqualification order. The committee is content with the provisions on disqualification, but noted a potential risk of vexatious candidacy for the Scottish Parliament elections, as the bill does not prevent an individual subject to such an order from actually standing for election, merely taking up the role. And the committee notes the reference provided by the Minister that the elections order offers sufficient safeguarding. The committee has asked the Scottish Government to keep this issue under review and to consider future amendments via primary legislation should any issues of vexatious candidacy transpire. The committee also invites the Scottish Government to carry out an evaluation of the impact of the proposed changes in relation to increasing the diversity of those campaigning or standing for elected office and to the levels of abuse and intimidation, particularly women and minority candidates experience. The policy memorandum for the bill indicated that the Government would welcome the committee's view on the introduction of a provision to provide for the disqualification of individuals who are subject to sex offender notification requirements from being MSPs or indeed councillors. Responses to the committee indicated stakeholder support for the introduction of such a provision. The committee also noted that other legislatures in the UK have brought forward legislation in this area. The committee supports the introduction of this provision in principle, but detailed scrutiny of how such provision could, or indeed should, operate is not possible without sight of specific legislative proposals, and the committee looks forward to engaging with the government on this issue ahead of stage 2. On campaign spending, the committee has made a number of recommendations for the Scottish Government in relation to campaign expenditure in its Stage 1 report. These include the Electoral Commission should be consulted before Scottish ministers add a category to the list of third-party campaigners. The Scottish Government should undertake work with relevant stakeholders to consider how the range of campaign expenses could be increased to support increased diversity in candidates for elected office, such as, but not restricted to, childcare costs. In relation to restrictions on spending by overseas third-party campaigners, the Scottish Government provides further information on how it intends such restrictions to be enforced. The Scottish Government undertakes further work with stakeholders to bring the reporting regime for Scottish Parliament elections into line with the regime for the UK Parliament elections. The committee welcomes the consideration that has been given to providing greater flexibility in relation to the rescheduling of Scottish elections. Concerns were raised to us by the electoral administrators in relation to the minimum period, but the Minister has already covered the intentions on this. We also recognised and emphasises the importance of clarity and transparency in relation to the decisions to reschedule elections, and the committee considers that the provisions in the bill could be strengthened by the additional requirement of a statement of reasons explaining why an election is being rescheduled. We are largely content with the provisions of the bill in relation to election pilots and the establishment of a democratic engagement fund, but we ask the Scottish Government to take into account the number of recommendations in the report, including mechanisms for election pilots and specifying the amount of funding available in the democratic engagement fund. I realise time is short, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I will push on swiftly. The committee supports the proposed revision to extend the deadline for the Boundaries Review Scotland to submit its next report in relation to council wards and councillor numbers from the 31st of December 2028 until the 30th of April 2031, and we welcome the commitment from the Scottish Government to look at automaticity as the way forward to set out details of their proposals in relation to this before stage 3. The Electoral Management Board plays an important role in the elections, and the committee welcomes and supports the establishment of the Electoral Management Board as a body corporate so that it can undertake contracts and facilitate the provision of elections better. The committee has called on more clarity from the Scottish Government around a significant number of areas which could be taken forward by secondary legislation, and the committee would like to know when it can expect to receive the additional information. The committee asks for this to be well in advance of the secondary legislation being laid. The committee would also like for clarification in respect of when the relevant secondary legislation, whether that outlined in the Minister's letter already received or in advance of the next parliamentary elections. The committee looks forward to working with the Scottish Government and indeed all members across the chamber with regard to this, which I do believe is a very important bill, and we are reminded of the Gould principles that any amendments to any election rules should take place sufficiently far from that election so everyone understands it, and not less than 6 months. I am grateful for your patience, Deputy Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Whitfield. I would advise the Chamber we do actually have some time in hand, but I'll leave that to members to decide how they wish to use that or not, as the case may be. I now call on Graham Simpson on behalf of the Scottish Conservatives. Around 6 minutes, please.
Thank you very much indeed, Presiding Officer. Can I start by thanking the Standards, Procedures and Public Appointment Committee for their excellent and detailed report into this bill. I hope to be working very closely with the committee on my own bill, which you've heard about already, in which there are some crossover issues with this one later this year, so I want to keep in with them and their fantastic convener. At this stage, we're looking at the general principles of the bill, which are to make further provision about eligibility of elected representatives in the Scottish Parliament and in local government, and to reform certain aspects of the law relating to Scottish parliamentary and local government elections. And the committee agrees with the general principles, and so do we on this side of the chamber. But their report goes into detail on some very important areas. The bill gives foreign nationals with any form of leave to remain the right to stand as a candidate in Scottish local government elections and Scottish Parliament elections. And currently they can only stand for the Scottish Parliament if they have indefinite leave to remain. The new proposal could, of course, mean that someone could be elected with no guarantee of being able to stay for their full term. And that must be an issue. There's also the question, picked up by the committee, of whether there is a tension between the oath of allegiance that MSPs are required to swear and citizenship of another country. The then Minister, George Adam, responded that, quotes, "There is always a debate about that and everyone has their own opinion on it, but it's up to each individual to consider how they deal with that when they put themselves forward as an elected member." And I think that response was a bit of a cop-out, to be honest. The bill... of course.
Minister.
Yes. He would presumably, though, recognise it's for each and every one of us standing for elected office on the basis that we may be elected, understanding that we would have to take such an oath. We have to reconcile ourselves to that fact and the full knowledge that that could happen.
Graham Simpson.
It could happen. I also noticed Lorna Slater wanted in, which I will take her, but it could, yes, of course that could happen. But I think the committee just picked up on the issue was if you know that you might not be able to serve your full term, I think that could be an issue that's worth exploring, possibly at stage 2. And I'll take Lorna Slater.
Lorna Slater.
Thank the member very much for that. Of course, the member will recognise that many of us who serve in this chamber already are also citizens of other countries.
Graham Simpson.
Absolutely, and that's a good thing. Now, the bill creates a new Scottish disqualification order which can apply to individuals found guilty of intimidating electoral workers. Malcolm Burr, convener of the Electoral Management Board, said, quotes, "A lot of abusive comments are made off the cuff or are of the moment and probably would not be caught. One would hope that the possibility of a disqualification order would deter anyone with political ambitions who was minded to participate in a campaign of intimidation or a premeditated act of intimidation." I agree with that. The bill does not include provision for disqualification of individuals who have been convicted of a sexual offence and are subject to sex offender notification requirements from holding office as MSPs or councillors. But the policy memorandum to the bill indicates that consideration is being given to such a provision being introduced at stage 2. I'd certainly be happy to look at that, but it may be better if the government does. And that brings me on to another issue highlighted in the policy memorandum, which I highlighted when I attended the committee on May the 2nd. Section 31 of the Local Government Scotland Act 1973 prevents individuals standing or holding office as a local authority member if they have, within 5 years prior to the day of the election or since their election, been jailed for no less than 3 months. But for elections to the Scottish Parliament, people are disqualified from standing or continuing to serve as an MSP if they've been sentenced to be imprisoned or detained for more than a year. And the justification for this approach, the difference in this approach, isn't clear. Now, as I've said, I've got a member's bill being drafted at the moment, which the committee will deal with. Part of my bill seeks to reduce that sentence limit for MSPs from over 12 months to 6 months. But that, of course, would still leave a disparity between the way councillors are treated and the way MSPs are treated, which I can see no justification for. So, as the Minister said, I have had some very fruitful discussions with him about this and indeed the rest of my bill, because I think we do need to fix this. He and I agree I'm not putting words into his mouth, but we ought to find a solution. But we need to decide on what the sentence should be that prevents someone from being a councillor or an MSP, and I think they need to be the same figure. And I'm confident that over the course of the summer, the Minister and I will arrive at an agreement. And I'll certainly table an amendment to that effect. But that would mean me not taking forward that element of my bill. The other sections of my bill on non-attendance and recall, I'm very strongly minded to keep, and that should keep the committee well occupied in the latter part of the year and maybe beyond. Now, the Elections Bill does a number of other things. It makes new provisions for campaign finance. It places a duty on the Electoral Commission to produce a statutory code of practice on the application of expenditure controls for third-party campaigners. It contains provisions to decide to postpone elections, widens powers to conduct a pilot on electoral processes and to adjust the date of the new review of local government wards and numbers of councillors. It would also change the law on digital imprints. There's a section in the committee's report on dual mandate. Now, most witnesses were, I think I'm right in saying, against that. There are differing views. There are differing views among MSPs. There are differing views in my own party. I note the committee didn't express a view. I'm personally against dual mandate. Presiding officer, can I thank the committee once again, and I look forward to contributing to the progress of the bill.
Thank you, Mr Simpson. I now call on Daniel Johnson on behalf of Scottish Labour. Around 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. And can I thank Graham Simpson for giving us that briefest of insights and indeed hints into the internal machinations of the Scottish Conservative group about dual mandates. Should probably leave that one there. But look, and before I go further, I would just like to remind the Chamber of my register of interest. I'm a member of the trade unions community and USDA, and I'm also a Scottish Labour and Scottish Cooperative Party MSP, which I think is all relevant to this bill. This bill makes a number of very important changes to the way that people will seek to be elected to this place in future years. And I think it's really important that we continue to revise and refresh the rules and regulations because that's part of a healthy democracy. Society changes, and making sure that we remain as accessible as possible, as inclusive as possible, is really very important. Now, I don't have time this afternoon to go through all the points and issues raised in this bill, but I would like to highlight a few. And I'd actually like to start with the points raised by the RNIB about accessibility, because they are very important. And indeed, it highlights an issue that was raised to me by one of my constituents, who was deeply frustrated about the lack of availability of voting devices. For those who have visual impairments, it can be incredibly difficult to register to vote, to get to the polls and to use ballot papers. And it strikes me that it is not beyond the wit of human beings to provide people with visual impairments with that ability to vote. And yet, if you look at what's being proposed, it strikes me that we are behind the curve in terms of making technology available. And I think James Adams put that very well in his evidence from the RNIB in his evidence to the committee, stating that there's a large cohort of blind and partially sighted people who, if they could register with the local authority to receive their voting card by email or whatever electronic method, would be able to use screen readers on their phones. I think that is a simple and bold point. And I would actually suggest more broadly...
Minister?
I think Mr Johnson makes a number of reasonable points, and we will actively look at all these things, but just for his awareness in terms of the issue around those who might struggle to access ballot papers in the traditional format, I can let him know that ideas for tactile voting aids continue to be explored, and there is in fact a prototype of a card overlay that matches the size of the ballot paper being assessed, and end users are involved in its design and development. So these are things that we're actively looking at.
Johnson.
I'm aware of that. What I would urge the government is to accelerate and expedite those things, because that has been a very long, drawn-out process. There's a great deal of frustration with that. I'd also urge members to realise that visual impairment takes a broad range of forms. Then not all people who are blind or visually impaired can use Braille, and so that you need a broad range of different devices for different people with different visual impairments. On extension of candidacy rights, I take a very broad principle, is that if you participate in society, if you pay your taxes, you contribute, and this is not an exhaustive or comprehensive list, then you should be able to put yourself forward for election. And I think in broad terms, I welcome the broadening of this category. I think I welcome the fact that there is a broader range of people that can vote in elections in this place. But I think we do need to look quite carefully at the criteria that are being proposed. I think that if people are here for just a temporary period of time, who have no expectation of residing in Scotland up to or even close to the point of the next election, I just wonder whether or not that has merit. And critically, I think we do need to consider the possibility that could be exploited by foreign powers or other agencies, i.e. sending people to this country in order to stand for elections, potentially using that to manipulate those elections. I think that is not a threat that is imminent, but I think it's one that we certainly need to consider the possibility of. I think Ms Dunbar was ahead of you, Minister, so I'd give way to her
Jackie
first.
Dunbar. Jackie Dunbar, who's joining us remotely for an intervention. Ms Dunbar.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and thank you to the member for the intervention. You were saying that about people who were only going to be residing in Scotland temporarily. Are you taking in the rest of the UK in that regard, or like European nationals and other nationals?
Always through the chair, Daniel Johnson.
I thank the member for that point. I think we just need to think through this point carefully. I think that standing for election, I think you should be committed to representing the constituency or the region for the period of that Parliament. And I think we should explore that as a point of discussion. I think I may be running out of time. But
no,
yes,
it's good. Minister?
Just on that, first of all, Ms Dunbar is frequently ahead of me. I can assure Mr Johnson of that fact. I can see he agrees with me from a sedentary position. On his latter point around the concerns around manipulation and outside agencies, I agree with that, and I think we do need to consider that very carefully. Of course, that's a very serious matter for consideration. But in terms of strict criteria around who can and cannot be a candidate, I suppose I would ask him to reflect on the fact that not a single person here in advance of standing for election had to sign anything that said we are committed to living in Scotland for any form of extended period of time. The assumption, the expectation, of course, is that we would do so. That is no different from the current position we have just now.
Daniel Johnson.
And sometimes I think some of these things need to kind of come out through, it is up to the voters to decide whether a person's commitment, whether it's to a time period or particular principles, are reasons to vote for them or not. And I note the time. I'd just like to briefly mention third-party campaigners. As I stated in my declaration, there are a broad range of third-party organisations that naturally participate. I think transparency is important, but as we consider these things, I think we need to recognise the fact that trade unions, campaigning bodies, and indeed allied parties are a healthy part of our democracy, and we should be seeking to ensure that we don't put them at a disadvantage, but we also seek to promote transparency and clarity. And can I just very briefly, I do think we need to think about the possibility of committee bills to look at how we reform our democracy. There is a capacity that all committees have in this Parliament. It has never been taken up. But I think I do have concerns both about the fact that much of this detail is reliant on secondary legislation. I do think the committee needs to have early sight of that and the ability to contribute and amend it. But in the future, I would ask whether or not actually the SPPA itself should be the body or a similar body that can take forward proposals such as these on a genuinely cross-party basis, because I question the legitimacy of the executive taking forward proposals that reform elections, which I think are properly a matter for Parliament. Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Johnson. I now call on Gillian Mackay on behalf of the Scottish Greens. Around 4 minutes, please.
Thanks, Presiding Officer. Sometimes dramatic, sometimes mundane, and always interesting for those of us who are involved. Elections offer an incredible opportunity to voice our say about what values we want to be guiding the decisions that shape our country. Civil participation in our democracy is the only way to make it thrive. There are inherent values in voting which make it a foundational principle for healthy democracies. It fosters expressiveness, equality and legitimacy and serves as a very tangible link between residents and their representatives. And it's the bedrock of our governmental structure. This bill reminds us that this very institution is organic and welcomes expansion and inclusion. In contrast to those elsewhere in these aisles that fight to conserve rigid and archaic structures, devolution has allowed us to, in the relatively short history of this Parliament, institute large advances in expanding rights. We've charted a different path in Scotland, and I hope that we'll continue to expand and enhance access to our democratic institutions for everyone living here to feel listened to and represented. Votes at 16 for Scottish and local government elections is one of the greatest steps forward we've taken to extend the franchise, and we've seen how young people have engaged with electoral processes as well as politics as a whole, and it has certainly, I believe, had an effect on policy. I'd like to thank the Clerks, the Standards, Procedures and Public Appointments Committee for their work, along with each and every one of those who took part in evidence sessions and the consultation. I'd also like to thank my good friend George Adam MSP for the work he put into this bill when he was Minister for Parliamentary Business. There's lots to welcome in this bill, and I note the general support and agreement of the committee in the Stage 1 report. I believe that Parts 1 and 2 of the bill, which extend candidacy rights at Scottish Parliament and council elections to those with limited leave to remain in the UK, are necessary and important changes. The right to vote for refugees was first brought to this chamber as part of a Green Amendment lodged in 2018 by my colleague Ross Greer that was supported by Labour, Lib Dem and SNP MSPs. We firmly believe that those residing in Scotland must be afforded the right to vote and decide how best they would like to be represented, and it's logical to enable those with the right to vote the right to stand at such elections. I'm also supportive of having a backstop provision for responding to any unanticipated events, such as a public health emergency, particularly in light of the impact on this chamber of the COVID-19 pandemic. Today, I'd also like to encourage bolder action from the Scottish Government. In 2019, my colleague Mark Ruskell MSP pressed for many of the provisions of this very bill, and the Scottish Greens have been leading at the forefront of several of these campaigns. We pressed for and continue to urge the expansion of voting rights to asylum seekers. I'm pleased to hear of the amendments that the Minister is looking to bring in, and I'm sure we will speak to him on amendments ahead of Stage 2. I was pleased to hear Daniel Johnson raise the issue of accessible voting. Earlier this session, I attended an event at the Sensory Centre in Falkirk about voting accessibility for those who are partially sighted or registered blind. Some of the technology that we saw was hugely important for those who required it, and that extends across those with various impairments and disabilities. Communicating changes to electoral systems and how we vote is also really important for those with varying impairments and disabilities, and that should be at the heart of anything that we do going forward. We must do more to renew our democracy and to encourage democratic participation at all levels. In fact, reform work still needs to be done in this session of the Scottish Parliament and should be a continuous endeavour. It's our view that there should be more radical view of democratic reform and voter turnout so that we can start to incentivise active citizens in our society. This is the correct step forward, and we will be supporting this bill at Stage 1.
Thank you, Ms Mackay. And we now move to the open debate, and I call Bob Doris to be followed by Annie Wells, and Mr Doris is joining us online. Mr Doris.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I'm pleased to speak in this short debate, Stage 1 debate on the Scottish Elections Bill. And my thanks to the committee for their sterling work and for their very informative and helpful Stage 1 report, and to the Minister for Parliamentary Business, Jamie Hepburn, MSP, and indeed to his predecessor, George Adam. I wish to discuss how we ensure that we use this legislation to make the most fundamental and core democratic function, casting one's vote, actually count. I have a direct constituency interest in this, but the points I make should be pertinent to all of us. At the 2022 Scottish Council elections, there was a spoiled ballot paper rate of 5.64% in Carroll ward in my constituency. That was over 3 times the national average. Most were unintentionally spoiled. Canal is a 4-member ward with 2 parties fielding multiple candidates and a well-known independent candidate also on the ballot paper. Many voters indicated a first preference vote for more than one candidate, mostly placing 2 or 3 X's on the ballot paper. Parts of the ward has low income levels. Indeed, Postle Park is the most challenging SIMD data in Scotland, and there's an enduring low turnout of voters, almost 14% lower than the Scottish average at the last council elections. The risk factors for things to go wrong were clear and evident. Let me view this through the prism of the bill we are scrutinising. In Part 5, there is the proposal for a Democratic Engagement Fund. £300,000 was suggested by the previous minister. And the policy memorandum states, where a grant or assistance scheme is put in place, that is expected to be focused on local organisations which work with harder to reach groups and have a clear objectives to improve democratic participation, such as through encouraging voter registration. We could add tackling patterns of low turnout and spoiled papers to that list, and other factors. If it doesn't seek to tackle issues such as I have outlined in Canal Ward, then it will not be doing its job properly. We need more detail on the underlying principles for the strategic use of any given fund and how its effectiveness may be monitored. The Electoral Commission is also considering a similar fund, and that takes me to Part 8 of the bill. This looks at how 5-year plans by the Electoral Commission are agreed by the Scottish Parliament's corporate body, including the budgets which will underpin them. I would welcome a statutory duty on the Electoral Commission for any strategic plan to tackle the kind of issues I have identified in Canal Ward. That position is shared by local council colleagues of mine, Councillor Gow and Councillor McLaren. Together we've met with the Electoral Commission to discuss further. I'm happy to take an intervention.
Martin Whitfield.
I'm very grateful to Bob Doris for taking the intervention, and on that very point, but just before that, can I also thank him for the contribution that he made while on the committee. But on that very point, does he agree with me, as well as the items that he's discussing, that it should be for the Electoral Commission itself to control this 5-year plan, rather than have the SPCB here able to alter it?
Bob Doris.
That's an interesting intervention. I would note that the Welsh Parliament and the UK Parliament has taken a different position from the one stated by the convener of the Standards Committee, but I do actually agree with the convener. But the underlying principles that support that plan, I think, should be set out on the face of the bill, but the plan itself would be for the Electoral Commission. Now, I've also met with both the previous minister and the Electoral Commission myself to further the proposals that I'm seeking to bring forward. The current duty on the Electoral Commission simply states to promote public awareness of, and I will quote, current electoral systems in the United Kingdom and any pending such systems, together with such matters connected with any such existing or pending systems as the Commission may determine. I think we can all agree that perhaps has to be clarified and brought into a bit more focus. It appears reasonable to me that this Parliament should reflect on the face of the bill some underlying principles that should guide those strategic plans, which will hopefully facilitate meaningful work and outcomes in our communities across Scotland, including Canal Ward that I have mentioned. I know the Electoral Commission are increasingly seeking to do more work in this area, and not only at election time. I look forward to exploring these opportunities ahead of Stage 2 to make votes count right across Scotland. And I look forward to working with the current Minister for Parliamentary Business to those ends. So thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Doris. I now call Annie Wells to be followed by Pam Duncan-Glancy. Ms Wells.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'm pleased to be speaking in today's debate on the Scottish Elections Representation and Reform Bill, and as a relatively newish member of the SPPA committee, it's been really interesting understanding where this bill is going. And as we've heard, the bill contains numerous proposals that aim to alter aspects of our electoral system. The suggested changes focus on voting, election schedules, campaigns and finance, administration and governance, and candidates. And on the issue of candidates, Part 2 of the bill is dedicated to disqualification criteria and increasing the diversity of candidates. And concerning the former, the bill's policy memorandum suggests that consideration will be given at Stage 2 to barring individuals who are sex offenders or who have been convicted of sexual offences under the Sexual Offences Act 2003 from becoming either councillors or members of this Parliament. Notably, this would be comparable to legislation passed by other legislatures on this issue. When discussing the latter, particular attention has been given to increasing the role of women and minority candidates. These groups often experience larger degrees of abuse when standing for public office, and this is particularly present on online platforms, namely social media. To safeguard and improve such diversity, the Scottish Government has been asked by the Standards, Procedures and Public Appointments Committee to undertake an evaluation of the potential impact of these proposed changes made pertaining to individuals looking to campaign or run for office. And in response, the Scottish Government reiterated its commitment to increasing candidates' diversity for public office and agrees that conducting an evaluation of the impact of these changes before 2031 would help realise the same. Aside from individuals, the bill looks to widen democratic participation by enabling to offer financial support for activities deemed to be related to Holyrood elections or local government matters through a new democratic engagement fund and electoral pilots. Concerning the fund, this monetary assistance would be allocated to increase engagement of campaigners, candidates and voters. And despite no money being yet allocated and more clarification needed, the committee largely supported this proposal alongside those for election pilots. And with regards to electoral pilots, the bill would seek to amend the 2002 Scottish Local Government Elections Act, and this proposal is intended to provide greater accessibility to voters. For example, it was noted that election pilots could play a central role when considering automatic voter registration in the future. And like the engagement fund, this provision would, at least in principle, help make the Scottish voting system more equal and reachable to all voters in Scotland. To conclude, Presiding Officer, today's bill and its proposed changes to our electoral system are still very much in their infancy and is not, at least at this stage, an exhaustive bill. However, the general spirit of the bill aims to make our electoral system the very mechanism we employ to exercise our democratic rights more open and equal. It would refine the criteria for those individuals who wish to represent the Scottish people here at Holyrood or in local government, and these changes are aimed at making Scotland's electoral system both more accessible and structured around the will of the Scottish people. It is for these reasons I look forward to future debates and collaboration with colleagues to achieve these ends. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Ms Wells. And I call on Pam Duncan-Glancy to be followed by Elena Whittam. Ms
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And I'm pleased to speak this afternoon for Scottish Labour. As colleagues have set out, we support reform, and as anyone who's been on a door or even read their inbox lately, they'll know that the appetite for change is indeed strong. People are fed up, partly because of what some people do when they're in office, but also because of the process to get here, as we've heard, in terms of the representation and difficulties for equalities groups. Setting the highest of standards in public life is not just about behaving better or making better decisions, although we must improve both. It's also about central to restoring trust between the public and politics. And there's a lot more, I think, that we can do on that, including around second jobs, introducing the right to recall for MSPs who have engaged in wrongdoing, and establishing stronger sanctions for breaches of ministerial codes. But also crucial to this is, of course, the ability to pilot improvements to increase participation, access and understanding in our politics, particularly for underrepresented groups. And it's to that I want to turn to just now. Participation and representation matters, and I've spent much of my time in here and before I got here campaigning for better representation for women, disabled people, LGBT people, BAME people, in our homes, in our streets, in our councils, in our banks, in our bars, and indeed also in our parliaments. It's important that we see a whole diversity of society reflected here. And as it stands, our parliaments still fall short. So we know that women still make up only 34% of the UK parliament as it was before it was dissolved, 46% of the Scottish parliament, less than 1% of MPs are disabled, and only 5% of MSPs are. Only 10% of MPs and 4.5% of MSPs are BAME, 7% of MPs are LGBT, and the figure is not available here. Data from Spice has said that it's difficult to gather this information because we do rely on people coming forward or coming out, as I've described it in the past. And we should take the opportunity in this bill, if we can, to try and address that. Because much does rely on the fear of saying that you might be a disabled person, for example. I don't have to say that, it's pretty obvious, but for some people that's not the case. And I think we should make it easier for people to do that. And this issue goes quite far back, including as far back as President Roosevelt himself, who said he didn't declare his disability because of concerns around how it could be seen. So I think we need to sort that, and part of what we could do through this bill could be to address it. And we know that representation matters, because we cannot continue to make the same decisions with the same people and expect different results. We have to get the innovation of all of Scottish society brought into these chambers and council chambers across the country. And we've made some steps in that sense, but we've still got far to go. I'm happy to take the intervention.
Graeme Simpson.
I thank Pam Duncan-Glancy for taking the intervention. I'm really interested in what she has to say here. I just wonder whether she has any specific proposals just yet. Maybe she hasn't just yet on the issues that she's raising.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I thank the member for that intervention, and I'll come on to one specific example shortly, but there are other examples from across civic society. I know that in gender, for example, have done some really good work looking at increasing the representation of women in politics that I think the Parliament should look to and learn from, as have other equality groups. And the bill in front of us, I think, really does present an opportunity to change things. I think we should seize the moment for the pilots. I agree with James Adams from RNIB, who said that blind and partially sighted people still don't feel they can vote in confidence or in secret, and that we need to change that. He said we should bite the bullet, and I hope that we can do that through this legislation, including on digital polling cards. I also think that we need to welcome the increase in participation through supporting a fund for participation, and the Electoral Commission and in Gender and RNIB have suggested in their evidence that this would build capacity of civil society to reach underrepresented groups, and we should seize that. And finally, Deputy Presiding Officer, on the point of an example, the Access to Elected Office Fund was set up after cross-party campaigning and much support from the disability movement and effort from the disability movement to encourage more disabled people into politics. We should learn from that fund, and I'd be grateful if the Minister could confirm on the record this afternoon in his closing whether he will consider reopening that for the next Scottish Parliament election. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Ms Duncan-Glancy. And I call Elena Whittam, who will be the last speaker in the open debate. Ms Whittam.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. We have before us a bill at stage 1 today that will go a long way to strengthening our democracy, both in this Parliament and across our council chambers. And I thank everyone who has engaged with it thus far. It does introduce provisions to expand candidacy rights, protect candidates and campaigners from intimidation, and improve administrative arrangements for elections in Scotland. This bill provides an opportunity to create an electoral system that improves democratic engagement, including for those who have chosen to make Scotland their home. In the short time that I have to speak today, I would like to focus my remarks on where I believe we can focus attention to improve the bill, to ensure we deliver on the collective aim we have to positively enable a greater diversity in political representation. During my time as COSLA's Community Wellbeing spokesperson, along with the then COSLA President, Councillor Alison Everson, we convened a Barriers to Elected Office working group as we urgently wanted to understand why our council chambers were largely male and pale. At the time, with less than 30% women councillors and a very low number of people from minoritised communities or with disabilities. And then when we started to dig into intersectionality, it became very apparent that there was a mountain to climb before our council chambers, and indeed this very chamber we are in today, reflect the communities that we serve. And just as a little side note, I actually, along with Councillor Kelly Parry, did a wee act of breaking the glass ceiling a little bit, because we became the first community wellbeing spokespersons to job share, because she went on maternity leave and both of us were paid the full salary. That was a first, and I think we need to recognise such achievements. I would like to thank Engender for the briefing that they provided MSPs for today's debate and for their efforts to dismantle structural sexism, to increase women's social, political and economic equality. Like me, they know that by having women, disabled women, BME women, women who are carers and women on low incomes in our chamber shaping policy and legislation, we make lives better. This is one of the key drivers for me when I first sought nomination. As a former women's aid worker, I saw local decision-making result in the tendering of our specialist service. And I wanted to be around the table to ensure our voices were heard and acted upon. And I often think of that saying, if you're not around the table, you're on the menu. What I didn't expect was the level of intimidation and misogyny I have encountered over the last 9 years in office. So there are a few ways that I think we can strengthen the bill to increase diversity and support the diversity when in office. First off, how do we know what we don't know? Without a duty on the Scottish Government to survey candidate diversity and experience at all future and local elections, we don't have robust equality monitoring data. Intersectional data on the protected characteristics of our elected representatives is vital in ensuring a high-quality democracy, and I will always campaign for disaggregated gender data. We just don't have enough of it. Secondly, candidate and elected member safety is absolutely key, as right now the toxic levels of abuse and harassment are having a chilling effect on women's participation in politics and also in their decision as to whether they're going to stand again for elected office. Just last month, I was granted a 5-year non-harassment order, and I know I am but one of many politicians who have faced threats and intimidation. And like in gender, I would press the Scottish Government to look closely at incorporating the recommendations from the Joe Cox Civility Commission and also to exempt costs associated with candidate safety from election spending limits. Thirdly, we need to provide financial support to ensure participation, and I, like Pam Duncan Glancy, also urge the Minister to look at the successful Access to Elected Office Fund that was administered by Inclusion Scotland, which helped to alleviate financial barriers faced by disabled candidates. Lastly, how can this Parliament, our councils and indeed our own political parties ensure that there is mentoring, support, coaching and training available to ensure those furthest from elected office are supported to get there, and when they're there, to stay there? This bill is our vehicle to increasing participation, and I urge members to support it today at stage 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Whittam. We now move to closing speeches, and I call on Lorna Slater to close on behalf of the Scottish Greens. Around 4 minutes, please, Ms Slater.
Thank you very much. Democracy is a core value that everyone in this chamber shares, and radical local democracy is one of the 4 pillars of the international Green movement. Democracy is a journey. It isn't something you do just once. It is a continuous process of achieving consent to govern. We are lucky enough to have lived so long in a democratic country with its peaceful transfer of power that I worry that many people have forgotten that the peace, freedom and human rights that we enjoy are the products of democracy, and that undermining democracy places these invaluable things at risk. We live in times where the value of democracy and the legitimacy of its processes are being questioned around the world. Power does not want to hear truth. Power is selective about which people it wants to listen to. Even in the UK, the Conservative government brought in measures on purpose to make it harder for people to vote by requiring ID to vote in UK elections, solving a non-existent problem of fraud, but exacerbating a real and chronic problem of voter turnout. We know who they don't want to listen to. We know this because they refuse to extend the franchise on purpose because they fear the will of the people, where the people include young people and immigrants who've come from certain places or under certain circumstances. I'm very proud that Scotland has updated and expanded the franchise, and that we have this new opportunity to visit and improve our democratic processes. On the journey of democracy, we must always check in and ask ourselves who is getting a say and whose voices are being excluded. One of the big challenges in our democracy right now is that a large proportion of people who have the right to vote do not. One of the purposes of democracy is rebalancing power from those who have it and to distribute it to the people. Who are the people in Scotland? Just those who are able to jump through the hoops of social norms, voter registration processes, getting into a voting station or getting leave from work, or arranging a proxy or postal vote, and now, for UK elections, bringing an accepted form of ID. I have some suggestions for how we can make this easier for people who are allowed to vote, who may wish to vote, but are unable to navigate this landscape. Firstly, it should be an automatic expectation of every high school to support their students of 15 years or older to register to vote. There is strong evidence that people who start voting at 16 and 17 will continue to vote in higher numbers than those who become eligible when they are 18. I am, of course, very grateful to those schools who already do this.
Absolutely.
I'm very grateful to Lorna Slater for taking the intervention. We should go one step further than that and suggest that actually automatic registration at, say, 14, 15 should take place. And actually, the obligation, the requirement on the schools is actually to facilitate an understanding of the democratic purpose above what it does already.
Lorna Slater.
Thank you very much for that intervention. I would be very happy to support automatic registration. What I'm not clear on is whether that is fully devolved matter. Automatic registration may not be. If it is, then for Scottish elections, certainly I would approve of automatic registration for young people. You may wish to come in on my next point as well, which is, secondly, there should be a duty on Scottish public bodies to register people to vote when people engage with them. Indeed, the member may point out to me that that should be an automatic registration when people engage with Scottish public bodies, and I would support that. Of course, that needs to be paired with protections to assure people that being added to the electoral register would not bring adverse consequences from public or private bodies, such as being pursued for debt collection. The Scottish Green Group look forward to working with the Minister ahead of Stage 2 on the proposed provisions around disqualification. Safeguarding constituents is obviously a key concern, and the proposed criteria seems like an obvious area for disqualification. We want to make sure that we've fully thought through the detail and potential consequences of creating a power to dismiss those who have been democratically elected by their constituents. But getting all nerdy and technical about elections, election systems and processes is something that the Scottish Greens get very excited about. So we are pleased to participate in this debate today and are very much looking forward to working with the Minister and other members on this bill as it moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Slater. I now call on Michael Mara to close on behalf of Scottish Labour. Around 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and thank you to all members for their participation in the debate today. There are clearly significant challenges that beset our democracy, and not just in this country, but across democratic institutions across the world. And many of those are built on issues of trust. Trust of the populace in that their institutions work for them and that they're responsive to their needs. And much of that is about issues about outcomes, whether people actually feel that their lives are getting better or they're getting worse. Does the political system as it's established work for me? Does it work for my family? Does it work for my community? All very legitimate questions and frankly at the core as to why people lose trust in these institutions. And that is the stuff of the substantive political debate in which we are engaged at the moment, a general election in a matter of weeks, and of course the political debate that we engage in day to day in this Parliament. And the bill in front of us deals with more of the structures around that that are definitely in need of continuous revision. And they do inform much of those issues of trust, and frankly the structures inform some of the ability for us to represent policy. I think colleagues across the chamber have made very strong points about representation and the people who are elected in actually impacting on the decisions that we make, the character of those discussions, the outcomes of the policy. So where we set the rules that then determines those outcomes in terms of representation, they will determine, therefore, the level of trust that people have in the longer term, or so the theory goes. But it is right that we revise and review the many technical provisions that the Minister set out in his opening statement. I'm sure he'll go into more as he closes the debate today. And Scottish Labour does agree with the principle of reform that we should take action. And there have been many suggestions in the debate today as to where we might go further and take particular views. And it's clear that the bill will progress as it does in Stage 2. There will be the opportunity for many of members to make particular influences on it. There are broad opportunities set out by members around diversity. There are specific instances that have been raised by several members brought forward around visually impaired people, and there's the provisions that could be in place in the short term, certainly ahead of the next Scottish Parliament elections, to make sure that we can build the engagement in that group in society that should be reasonably straightforward. And I hope that the Minister, as he already set out, is certainly engaging with that, but that practical action can be forthcoming. We're also, I think, in the debate heard a little bit of exposure, but we have to be very careful about the division where the responsibility for some of this lies, whether it sits with government or it sits with Parliament. It's an interesting discussion, but we have to be absolutely clear about making sure that there is the trust for setting the rules sits with Parliament rather than with the government in the first instance. And my colleagues have raised issues of framework bills. The number of framework bills we're seeing coming through Parliament has grown very significantly, and that presents very significant democratic problems, not just in terms of what we've seen in the Finance Committee in Parliament, the deeply inadequate costing of those bills that are leading to impacts on the public finances, but the fact that so much of these provisions are then to be set in secondary legislation which has a lower threshold for the engagement of Parliament for scrutiny. And that is a worry for us all. So I think it's right that it's repeated in this debate. I'm happy to take the intervention from Bob Doris.
Bob Doris, remotely for his intervention, please.
I thank Mr Mara for taking the intervention. I'm just wondering, in terms of the balance between Parliament and Government, in relation to Electoral Commission and 5-year plans, the responsibility actually sits with the Scottish Parliament corporate body. What's Mr Mara's position in relation to that?
Michael Mara.
I think it's certainly worth some level of consideration. Mr Whitfield made a contribution on that basis. I do think actually at the moment the Government and Parliament seems to have a rather strange idea as to what the corporate body is for in general terms. That we're asking the corporate body to do things that it's not meant to do or was never established to do, and that we have to actually have a more broader look at what we're asking of the corporate body. And I know that members of the corporate body share those concerns. If I can move towards concluding, Deputy Presiding Officer, there are a couple of other issues I want to touch on very carefully. Those issues around those with limited leave to remain. I was glad to hear the Minister share some of, I think, a constructive conversation around about some of the challenges that arise from those issues, potentially open to abuse from foreign powers, and that we would want to look at that in the broad sense in stage 2 and explore that more in particular. And I would close, as Martin Whitfield did as the convener of the committee, around the Gould principle and making sure that this work has to be done sufficiently quickly and put in place so that when we engage in that election in 2026, everybody understands the rules upon which it is based and that we can seek to rebuild that trust in our politics.
Thank you, Mr Mara. And I call on Jeremy Balfour to close on behalf of the Scottish Conservatives. Around 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I welcome this opportunity to speak in this debate this afternoon? Clearly, there is a fair amount of consensus amongst all the parties in regard to a way forward, and I think it has been helpful as we've reflected on some of the changes that might come at stage 2 and 3. Annie Wells said that we want an open and accessible election process. And I think that's what we all want. And we want to keep reviewing the situation to make sure that it is open and accessible to everyone who lives here in Scotland, that they can take part not only in voting, but also having the opportunity to stand for election. And although there is consensus, undoubtedly there will also be some amendments that come forward both from government and from other parties at stage 2. And I do want to thank again Martin Whitfield and the committee for bringing forward such a detailed report, which I think really did give those of us who hadn't had the opportunity to hear the evidence to have a very good understanding of what some of the issues were. If I can pick up on something made by Pam Duncan-Clancy in her contribution, I think she is absolutely right in regard to we do need to make sure, particularly for those with disability, that Parliament is more open and that people do not have a fear that their disability will be used against them if they stand in an election. I have the privilege of being part of a Commonwealth Parliamentary Association for this region, and it's interesting how many people in other jurisdictions who have disability are not willing to declare that, because we feel it will affect them. So we, I think, are in a better place, but I think there's still work that can be done. And I, like my colleague Mr Simpson, look forward to seeing other proposals that the member brings forward at stage 2. She did touch on the election for office fund. I do think it was very disappointing that this has not been able to be used for this UK election, and I think it was a backward step by Westminster. I also am not convinced it should be in the discretion of government of whether the fund is there or not. And I would be interested to explore with the Minister whether that we could put this into legislation itself to say that if any Scottish Parliament election or any local authority election, that fund will always be there and funded appropriately by whoever is in government going forward. I do wish the Minister well in regard to his discussions with my colleague Mr Simpson over the summer. I'm sure that will be a delight for him in regard to those conversations. And I really look forward to seeing some detailed proposals coming forward in regard to that. Can I also pick up the remarks made by Daniel Johnson and by Gillian Mackay in regard to those with visual impairment? I do think we are taking a very long time over this. Like Gillian Mackay, I had the privilege of going to a number of these sessions. I do believe that in the 21st century, there must be something we can do quicker in regard to this. And I would urge all of us in regard to moving forward on this, and if I'm sure the Minister would get support in regard to that from other people. I do think there's just one or two areas I would be interested, maybe not necessarily this afternoon. Oh, sorry, yes.
Gillian Mackay.
I want to thank Jeremy Bell for taking the intervention, as well as those adaptations for people with visual impairments. There are obviously a range of other impairments that impact people's ability to participate in the democratic process that we haven't even started looking at yet. Would you agree with me that we do need to do much more across the spectrum of disability to actually look at what more we can do to involve people in the democratic process, but in elections and voting themselves?
Jeremy Balfour.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, I think hopefully we've moved beyond. If we've got a ramp, it is then accessible. But I still think we have a long way to go. And actually, interestingly, I think in regard to, again, a point made by Pam Duncan-Glancy, I do wonder, all of us as our political parties also have to look how we select our candidates, and the process of selection is where we're seeing maybe people from other minorities not coming forward. There are a couple of points I would just briefly like maybe the Minister to reflect on. That is in regard to the duty of returning officers to provide support in regard to those with disability. That is in law within the UK. He reflected that that wasn't necessarily needed. Now, I'm sure most returning officers do a very good job, but I do think if we're reviewing this, there should be some form of legislation to make sure that returning officers do everything that they can to make the polling stations accessible. I also noticed that within the financial memorandum that there are no pilots planned in regard to that, and that does slightly concern me as well. That, you know, we've talked about having these pilots in regard to it, but there's nothing within legislation to bring that forward, and I do hope that that will happen quicker. My time is gone, and I do welcome this bill. We will, as Mr Simpson pointed out, be voting for it at stage 1, and I look forward with other members to engaging with the Minister to make the bill even better at stage 2 and 3. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call on the Minister to wind up to 7 minutes.
Thank you, President Officer. I'll try and keep my remarks constrained, not least because I was urged to by some unnamed members before, because the canteen apparently closes at 2:30, so I'll try and let them to avail themselves of the opportunity to get themselves fed. Can I thank members for the contributions they've made today? I think this has been a considered debate, a consensual debate. I think that reflects the fact that largely we welcome this legislation. Clearly there are some ideas for further deliberation, consideration. I would reflect that's the usual experience of any legislation, but certainly in so far as this legislation is concerned, I think we are operating from a shared basis of seeking to refine and improve what we have before us. And in that regard, I very much echo the remarks of Mr Whitfield, that he would... we'll see whether I agree with these remarks, Presiding Officer.
Martin Whitfield.
Perfectly to allow the member to disagree with me, but would he find it helpful to put on the record in the chamber the Scottish Government's approach towards automaticity of boundary changes, which has been something that has sat around this bill, and it may be able to facilitate its journey forward in an easier way?
Minister.
Yes, so I was going to cover that. I mean, clearly that is an issue that's been raised. The Boundaries Scotland, of course, have raised this as an issue. It's one I'm broadly sympathetic with. I think the idea is one that I recognise and see the merits of. Of course, it would, I think, we would all recognise, be a fairly substantial change from where we are now, so it merits some further consideration. I'm going to engage with the Chair of Boundaries Scotland to begin that process. And that brings me back to the point where I was agreeing with the committee convener that I would similarly encourage people to participate in the process of engaging with this legislation over the coming period in advance of stage 2. That starts in this Parliament. I make clear again my willingness to engage with all members, just as I have with Mr Simpson, who I can say to Mr Balfour has been his usual effervescent ray of sunshine in his engagement with me, and I'm sure will continue to be. We started off though with I think as a fairly... Mr Robertson, sorry, I will invite him to the next meeting. He can see for himself. There was I think a reasonable point, and I do genuinely recognise the point that's been made around who should have ownership of this activity. Should it be, in this instance, the executive, the government, having brought forward the bill? Should it otherwise be Parliament? That's a legitimate area for us to consider. I would go back to the point I made earlier. It's perfectly possible for Parliament to bring forward its own proposals, and I would be encouraging of them to do so where there is a sense that there is a desire to do so. And of course the government would engage with that process. But I would also reflect on what we've laid out in this bill. We're not trying to take on ownership of the process of elections. We are seeking to refine and improve that process. And in fact, if you look at what we have laid out in the bill, we are ceding some responsibility. So we're looking to put on a statutory footing the Electoral Management Board. I know the committee's looked for more information about that. We will provide that. But, for example, some of the responsibilities that are presently in the gift of the Scottish Government around the procurement of electronic counting, it will be transferred to be the responsibility of the Electoral Management Board. That's us ceding some responsibility to another party. If you look at the activity that we're undertaking in relation to the Electoral Commission, asking them to have their 5-year plan for their devolved activities, we're making sure it's Parliament that has the responsibility for scrutinising that, not the government. I also very much agreed with the convener when he correctly said that this is not what we are increasingly hearing the increased use of the terminology, a framework bill. This bill contains a substantial range of measures on the face of the bill set out in primary legislation. It is, of course, the case now, and it is not an illegitimate thing for there to continue to be regulation-making powers to be taken forward through secondary legislation. That's normal, that's sensible, because things develop, things change. I'm not ignoring you, Mr Johnson. I'm just finishing this point. I will come to Mr Johnson in a moment. It's not unusual for that to be the case because, of course, the law changes and we have to be adaptive and responsible, and bringing back primary legislation every time it creates a certain burden on Parliament to go through that process. And of course, secondary legislation is rightly scrutinised by Parliament as well. And what I will say is, just as I've made a similar commitment to the committee around bringing forward details on the constitution of the Electoral Management Board, we'll be doing the same for secondary legislation. I'll give way to Mr Johnson.
Daniel Johnson. So I'm very grateful to the Minister for giving way. Let me withdraw my a description of this as a framework bill. But if we look at the mechanisms for secondary legislation, one of the issues is around the ability of Parliament to scrutinise, produce reports and amend secondary legislation. And given the sensitivity around the function of elections, I just wondered if the Minister might A, reflect on that point in general, and B, maybe set out how he might bring forward draft proposals to enable members around Parliament, in particular SPPA committee, so that those views and thoughts may be incorporated in the final draft that the government puts before Parliament for that secondary legislation, given it's so critical to so many of the proposals in this bill.
Minister. Well, I welcome his newfound and correct recognition that this is not a framework bill, but I would make the point, of course, that the DPLRC, Delegate Powers and Law Reform Committee, is starting to undertake some work broadly in this area and may have some conclusions reached. But I would make the point again, I have already committed to providing that additional information to the committee for them to scrutinise further. A number of other issues have been raised. Presiding Officer, I don't know how much time I have to go through them all, but there are issues raised around the matter of those with leave to remain standing for election. Mr Simpson raised it, others mentioned it. I would make the point the UK Government itself has signed treaties allowing nationals of Denmark, Luxembourg, Poland, Portugal and Spain with limited leave to remain to stand in council elections, so it is not unusual or peculiar to Scotland should we choose to legislate in this area. Jill Mackay asked us to consider going further in relation to who might be able to vote. Of course, I would make the observation, I'm sure she would agree, we already have a very generous voting franchise in Scotland, one of the most generous in the world. But of course, we're happy to meet to see what else we might be able to do. Mr Bob Doris, talked about the issue of rejected or spoiled ballot papers. He knows I know Canal Ward well because I cut my teeth campaigning alongside Mr Doris in the Glasgow Maryhill constituency back in the day. If what he has talked about in terms of there being a statutory duty for the Electoral Commission to do work on spoiled ballot papers, we are exploring an amendment placing a duty on the Commission to report on what they and other bodies, such as returning officers, they have a role to play here, of course, as well, are doing to improve voter education, specifically in relation to reducing the number of spoiled ballot papers. There was discussion from a number of members around the importance of the pilots that are being taken forward. I welcome the fact that people are recognising their importance. They can continue to inform and improve our process. I would say, I think it's important, and similarly, and a similar point in relation to the engagement fund, it's important that we do not become overly prescriptive as to what they should be. We should embed flexibility within our system, because despite our collective wit, there will be issues that none of us have yet considered that will come forward in the future. But for those who raised the issues, such as Pam Duncan Glancy and Jeremy Balfour, around what we might be able to do in terms of improving diversity through pilots, through funding mechanisms, I'm happy to meet with them too. Eleanor Whittam talked about the Engender survey, which I am aware of. I recognise the recommendation around the collection of data and information. Of course, we undertake our candidate survey already. Engender noted that the response rate to our survey is low. I agree, 28%, despite significant resource commitment from the government, despite the support of returning officers, despite the support of political parties, academics, COSLA and others. It remained at 28%. I would say creating a statutory duty in of itself might not increase that response rate. Wales, there is a duty. The response rate to their 2022 local government candidate survey was just 12%. And our view as a government is that the exercise demonstrates the importance of continuing to press the UK government to commence Section 106 of the Equality Act 2010, which would, if commenced, require registered political parties to publish information relating to the protected characteristics of applicants for nomination and or candidates in elections to the UK Parliament, the Scottish Parliament and the Senate. We will continue to pursue that with the UK Government. Presiding Officer, I am very pleased that today we seem to see wide-ranging support for the bill. We are considering electoral reform during a year in which not only do we celebrate a quarter century of the first election to this Parliament, but there will be over 2 billion voters going to the polls in over 50 countries, including in Scotland and the UK a week today. Public participation in free and fair elections are vital in a democracy, and this bill will help strengthen elections in Scotland. And I urge Parliament to support the motion in my name this afternoon.
Thank you. That concludes the debate on Scottish Elections Representation and Reform Bill at Stage 1. It is now time to move on to the next item of business, which is consideration of motion 13523 in the name of Shona Robertson on a financial resolution for the Scottish Elections Representation and Reform Bill, and I call on Shona Robertson, Cabinet Secretary, to move the motion.
Formally moved.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. And the question on this motion will be put at decision time, and I am minded under Rule 11.2.4 of Standing Orders to bring forward a motion that decision time be brought forward to now, and I call on the Minister for Parliamentary Business to move the motion.
Officer.
Thank you. And the question is that decision time be brought forward to now. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed, and there are 3 questions to be put as a result of today's business. The first is that motion 13746 in the name of Martin Whitfield, on behalf of the Standards, Procedures and Public Appointments Committee on Standing Order Rule Changes, Procedures on Consent in relation to UK Parliament Bills, be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed. The next question is that motion 13758 in the name of Jamie Hepburn on Scottish Elections Representation and Reform Bill at Stage 1 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed. And the final question is that motion 13523 in the name of Shona Robertson on a financial resolution for the Scottish Elections Representation and Reform Bill be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed. That concludes decision time. I'll take this opportunity to wish all members and staff a good recess, and we will now move on to members' business.
Okay, the next item of business is a members' business debate on motion 13487 in the name of Marie McNair on Action Mesothelioma Day 2024. The debate will be concluded without any questions being put. I'd invite members wishing to participate to press the request to speak buttons now or as soon as possible, and I invite Marie McNair to open the debate around 7 minutes. Ms McNair.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm pleased to lead this debate for the 3rd year. This issue is of huge importance to my constituents, so as often as I can, I will continue to raise asbestos-related issues and seek truth and justice. I thank my parliamentary colleagues for their support in signing the motion in my name. Asbestos campaigners deserve cross-party support, so I call on Labour, Liberal Democrat and ALPA members to sign the motion too. Mesothelioma is a cancer usually caused by exposure to asbestos fibres. I congratulate Action Meso and all the support groups up and down the country for their efforts in raising awareness of this disease. As part of this, members of the public are encouraged to go blue for Meso. I think that in this regard, given the UK general election is happening, it's just as well Meso Day is on the 5th of July and not before. Can I welcome the Clydebank Asbestos Group to our gallery and thank them for supporting today's event. The group has been assisting asbestos victims for over 30 years and have campaigned tirelessly for truth and justice. They are there and they are always there for my constituents at a time of greatest need. I thank them for everything they do and cannot stress enough that I am on their side. Unfortunately, since the last Meso debate, the group have seen the passing of two members who were instrumental in the tenacious fight for truth and justice, Bob Dickey and Hope Robertson. I thank all MSPs who have signed my recent Scottish Parliament motion paying tribute to them. It was an honour to present copies of the motions to the families on International Workers' Memorial Day. Sadly, just this month, Bob Dickey's wife, Isabel, also passed away. I know the Clydebank Asbestos Group were heartbroken by this news, and I am too. I knew Isabel well, and although Bob is famous for his role as the Clydebank convener during the UCS work-in, it was no surprise to read recently in the book Crisis on the Clyde by Jack McGill about Isabel making up the pay packets for the workers with money from the Fighting Fund. As the MSP for Clydebank and Mulgai, it is right that I highlight industry on the Clyde as part of this debate, because the unwanted legacy of that industrial heritage for Clydebank is extremely high levels of mesothelioma in our town. Clydebank was once described as a mesothelioma capital of Europe due to having the highest death rates. More recently, Health and Safety Executive Statistics showed that the local government area covering Clydebank has the second highest male mesothelioma death rate in the UK, showing also that we have the highest female mesothelioma death rate in Scotland and the fourth highest in the UK. John Brown Shipyard, the Singer Sewing Machine Factory and Turner's Asbestos Cement Company employed many of our folks from our town. Unfortunately, these industries prioritised profit and production over the safety and welfare of workers. Testimonies from workers from the asbestos factory in the book Lethal Work by Ronald Johnston and Arthur McIver make horrendous reading, with one worker noting, "When you're in the door of Turner's Asbestos, there was a factory act with all the stuff. The only problem was that you couldn't see through it with a layer of asbestos cement on the glass." And the risk to workers' families is clear too, with the wife of one of the workers saying about asbestos dust, "I used to take his overalls and take them out to the stairs and brush them before I could wash them." The irony of the NHS hospital now being located on the site of the old asbestos factory is not lost on my Clydebank constituents. It's no wonder I support the Scottish Hazards Group's call for the devolution of health and safety, as even now legislation needs strengthened. We need to respond to the crime of asbestos exposure in several ways. Cancer research point out that only 4 in 10 people diagnosed with mesothelioma in Scotland survive their disease for 1 year or more. Search for new treatments is vital, so I thank them and the Scottish Mesothelioma Network for the work they are doing on clinical trials, early detection and better treatment. Cancer research highlights mesothelioma can take more than 40 years to develop, and for me this raises big concerns about the younger ages of people who are now being diagnosed with mesothelioma, and often these people with no evidence of industrial workplace history. I have raised a case in Parliament from the Asbestos Group involving a woman in her 30s who feels exposure happened in the school she attended. There is growing evidence to support that asbestos exposure across a range of public and other buildings is the cause of contracting asbestos cancers. That is why I have called for the phased removal of asbestos from the built environment, starting with schools. The Cabinet Secretary for Education has agreed to meet with me and the Climate Asbestos Group about this. We must deal with asbestos on all fronts and support those diagnosed with mesothelioma and other asbestos-related illness in a way that helps when needed. This includes a fair and just social security and compensation system. It is a disgrace that, despite being in place since 1948, the Industrial Injury Scheme has been left largely unreformed, and decades have been wasted to include other asbestos-related cancers and end the exclusion of women from entitlement. DWP closures have removed expertise and caused delays that are penalising those with mesothelioma when time is unfortunately not on their side. We must work together to ensure that the new Employment Injury Assistance Scheme is designed to provide wider, more compassionate and quicker support currently denied to many within the UK scheme. Also, the potential to be denied justice because of a 3-year time bar has no place in a just compensation system. The Scottish Law Commission report on this issue, due to be published very soon, can provide solutions to this injustice. I have sought assurances in Parliament that the Scottish Government act quickly to implement any recommendations and draft legislation proposed. The current position of some asbestos victims losing out must be ended once and for all. In conclusion, we must keep going and make more progress. Compassion and demand for truth and justice should drive the way forward, and any other approach should and will not be forgiven. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms McNair. We now move to the open debate. I call first Alexander Stewart, to be followed by Bill Kidd. Around 4 minutes. Mr Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I am pleased to speak in this debate, which marks Action Mesothelioma Day 2024, and I thank the member, Marie McNair, for once again bringing this very important members' debate to the Chamber for the 3rd year in a row. This is a rare and aggressive form of cancer and is one of the most important issues I've dealt with in my role as co-convener of the cross-party group on lung health, along with my fellow co-convener Emma Harper. I therefore welcome the members and have the opportunity to speak on this issue before the Action Day on the 5th of July. Effects from this disease have, we already heard, householders and individuals across Scotland and across the United Kingdom, but certain areas have historically been far more effective to this disease. For example, statistics published by the Health and Safety Executive show that my own part of my own region of Fife is among one of those areas that has a high prevalence of this disease. And we've seen that over 500 people caused the condition since 1981. And that is a large amount of individuals to deal with. The help and advice provided by support groups who operate in communities right across Scotland is key to taking on this issue. Marie McNair spoke about the individuals from Clydebank, and I also am delighted to see that they've come here this afternoon from the asbestos group in her constituency, and I'd like to take the opportunity to pay tribute to what they do, the fantastic work that they do in bringing forward and supporting individuals. Likewise, within my own region, I pay tribute to Breathe Easy Clackmannanshire, who are based in Alloa, who support the work of the British Lung Foundation and provide services for those facing lung-related health issues. Just last year, they launched the Befriending service, which allows them to reach out to individuals who are unable to attend many of their sessions in person, but that gives them the opportunity, if they are housebound, to have that connection and to be involved. It's all too often that sufferers feel that they are on their own, and it's important for as many people as they can to support, even if that's just a phone call away, to try and give that moral support depending on how their condition, and they're not on their own. We know that the disease doesn't just affect victims' physical health, it also pays toll on a mental well-being as well, Presiding Officer, and the support and empathy that the small, dedicated organisations provide in towns and cities right across Scotland is therefore vitally important to fight against this disease. Presiding Officer, in an increasing awareness of the disease and the effects, it's very important that we have initiatives like the Action Day. Too often we hear stories of individuals who don't speak out or don't seek help because they dismiss some of the pains, or they dismiss some of their symptoms as not being of a serious nature, and then they find that it's too late to get things done and to progress things. And this Parliament has a role to play in increasing that awareness and showing that we do that. However, we must always continue to advocate for the policies that can better protect those from asbestos exposure and continue to educate the public on the dangers of the condition. There are many steps that need to be taken and put in place, such as better support for patients, more focused research and improved safety regulations. These will only happen if Parliament continues to make a voice. And as I say, and I pay tribute to Mary McNairn for being one of the voices that's saying that and doing that year on year. So in conclusion, Presiding Officer, I welcome this debate here today, and the members continue. I join with others in pushing forward and pushing for further action on the issue, because it's important to each and every one of us that we protect and support our constituents in our regions and our constituencies from this awful condition. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Bill Kidd to be followed by Carol Moch in around 4 minutes. Mr Kidd.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. It is, as always, a privilege to speak in today's debate to mark Action Mesothelioma Day. I must pay tribute to my colleague Mary McNair for bringing today's important debate and for continuing to highlight the issue over years, and for her continued dedication and support on this issue. As the motion states, mesothelioma is a rare cancer that is usually caused by exposure to asbestos, and although the dangers associated with exposure were first discovered at the beginning of last century, it was not until the 1950s and 60s that the link between asbestos exposure and mesothelioma was firmly established. Since then, there has been progress in the dedication of groups such as Action on Asbestos, Clydebank Asbestos Group and other dedicated campaigners have been invaluable to this progress, and I commend and thank all those involved for all their work. I also thank the various Scottish governments who have committed much to tackle mesothelioma and the effect it has on all those influenced by it. As we have entered this century, our understanding of mesothelioma has evolved, and something which was once solely associated with the heavy industries is now predominantly seen in the construction industry, where joiners, electricians, plumbers, painters and labourers all used or were in proximity to those using asbestos in the building of houses, schools and hospitals. Another worrying trend is beginning to emerge, and the asbestos materials used to build those houses, schools and hospitals became damaged and degraded pretty quickly, and now the occupiers and users of those buildings are paying the price. Couple this with the historical growth, and it's a good thing in that way, of women in the workplace, but sadly that has seen, particularly in education, we are seeing a rise in female cases of mesothelioma and other asbestos illnesses. As I understand it, Thomson solicitors are currently investigating cases for 76 women, with 8 of those cases being for teachers who have the illness or who have died from mesothelioma. There are also cases relating to exposure of tenants within local authority housing. Therefore, it's imperative that these new trends are taken into account when further developing the government's strategy towards dealing with people affected by this illness, and I would urge the Minister to acknowledge this in her remarks, please. I would also like to ask the Minister for her views on the worrying news that the UK Industrial Injuries Advisory Committee have proposed new recommendations for those suffering from pneumoconiosis. If the incoming UK Government adopt these recommendations, it will have a devastating effect on those suffering from asbestosis illnesses, who will see a possible 14% reduction in their industrial injuries disablement benefit. I'm sure she'll agree with me that we need to do more, not less, in supporting victims and their families who are suffering through no fault of their own. For, as the Cabinet Secretary has said in her ministerial foreword to the next steps involved in the Scottish Government's plans towards delivering an employment injury assistance benefit, the Scottish Government has since 2016 delivered 14 new social security benefits, 7 of which are completely new, and established Social Security Scotland as a new public service founded on the principle of treating people with dignity, fairness and respect, something which all of those suffering from mesothelioma and other related illnesses most certainly deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Kidd. I now call Carol Mochan to be followed by Stewart McMillan, around 4 minutes. Ms Mochan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I begin by thanking Marie McNair again this year for bringing forward this important debate, and on behalf of Scottish Labour welcome Action Mesothelioma Day 2024, which we will be marking next Friday. As we have heard, this is a rare and indeed hard to treat form of cancer. As stated in the motion, despite asbestos being banned over a quarter of a century ago, many worked in environments where it was present, and it can still be found in buildings across Scotland today. And as others have said, this needs to be taken very seriously by government, and each government, whether at UK level or at Scottish level, must do all that they can to make sure that we get rid of this. With almost 3,000 new cases diagnosed every year in the UK and 200 in Scotland, it remains of utmost importance that we raise awareness of the symptoms of this illness and encourage people to be cautious and have their symptoms checked, because identifying this illness quickly, as with other forms of cancer, can prolong life. Presiding Officer, of course, it cannot go unmentioned that mesothelioma is in many ways an industrial illness. Asbestos was prominent in mining, and it is therefore not a surprise that we see former coal miners and their families rightly asking for protection and compensation right up till today. As the impacts of the environment in which they worked became more apparent, they realised the connection, as others have said. And I fully support the calls of miners and their families who played such an important role in this country's industrial heritage and risked their own lives in often unsafe environments. Miners and their families really created spirits within their communities, and it is right that we stand with them in times of illness, particularly illness related to the work that they did. Moving on, I want to emphasise a key part of the motion brought forward today by Marie McNair, the focus on investing in research. Improving our knowledge base and understanding of an illness is the only way we can truly tackle it. Mesothelioma, like other cancers, is a complex illness with tiny fibres getting into the lungs, damage them over time, and this is, as we've heard, due to exposure to asbestos. As we mark this Action Day, we must redouble our efforts across the Chamber to invest in research and understanding, in the hope that we can effectively support those affected by this terrible disease. So further to this, I do share the members' interest in the significant grant given from Cancer Research UK to the University of Glasgow to conduct studies to further understand why it can take as long for exposure to develop into this cancer. The research work is necessary, and I think alongside efforts in this place and the work that we've heard from so many of our communities, those key groups working with asbestos sufferers, many of whom we've heard are in the gallery today, related to this illness, we can effectively raise awareness of symptoms and hopefully improve outcomes in the long term. In concluding, Presiding Officer, I once again thank Marie McNair for bringing this debate forward. This Action Day cannot just be a one-off event, as has been said. We as MSPs must come together and work together. We must take a united position in the Chamber and work to make proper developments in research to support those who are already suffering from the condition, but also to make sure that we tackle those really big issues that the governments of this country need to look at in terms of the long-term development to ensure that we reduce and indeed eradicate this dreadful disease. I commit my party to those efforts and look forward to hearing other members' debates in the Chamber today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Mochan. And I call Stewart McMillan to be followed by Richard Leonard, around 4 minutes. Mr McMillan. Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. First, I'll refer members to my register of members' interests, as I'm a lifetime honorary member of Action on Asbestos. I congratulate Marie McNair on securing this important members' debate, and as she highlighted, asbestos-related conditions, in this case mesothelioma, are still highly prevalent in society. And mesothelioma has no cure, and it does not solely affect people working in our past traditional industries.
And the Cancer Research UK briefing for today was interesting but also very helpful. I'm going to quote a few things from it throughout my contribution. The first couple of points I think are really important to put on the record are that only around 4 in 10, that's 44.3% of people diagnosed with mesothelioma in Scotland, survive their disease for 1 year or more. So the search for new treatments is vital. And the second point, which I thought was really important for today, was that the UK currently endures the highest incidence of mesothelioma worldwide, with the disease more prevalent in men due to occupation-related exposure, and rates significantly higher in the west coast of Scotland than the Scotland average, with around 100 of the 200 new cases in Scotland each year in the region. Now, as I said in the debate last year, I will never understand why there was such a laissez-faire attitude from governments with regards to health and safety in society when it came to asbestos. Now, I recognise the importance of marking days, such as Action Mesothelioma Day, to remind us that there is still a lot more to be done in that area. And this is particularly important in my constituency of Greenock and Inverclyde. And once again, as the Cancer Research UK briefing indicates, and I quote, that there was widespread industrial use of asbestos between 1950 and 1980, particularly in Glasgow and the surrounding area, as the material was manufactured in towns such as Clydebank and used in much heavy industry like shipbuilding, which the River Clyde was famed for. Now, my area has been built upon shipbuilding and heavy engineering. Over my 17 years as a parliamentarian, I've dealt with a number of constituents who have had asbestos-related conditions. And it's it's an issue that I've raised in the Parliament in the past, as people will be very much aware. Bill Kidd touched upon his contribution regarding some of the health and safety aspects of this. But the fact that we are still talking about this in the Chamber, in Parliament, in society today, when it's actually quite sad, it's quite disheartening, and it's actually really quite frustrating. And so I think that when it comes to the point of the amount of investment that's going in, as the Cancer Research UK briefing indicates, a couple of examples which I'll come on to, with that investment that's going in, trying to find solutions, trying to find cures to make life better for people with asbestos-related conditions, I think that is absolutely crucial, and the more of that can go in, the better. Now, I did indicate I've touched upon I've assisted constituents, but I do also want to put on record the long outstanding work of Action on Asbestos for their invaluable work helping many people across the country. Now, their work and campaigning has led the way in providing support for people with asbestos-related conditions and also obtaining financial recompense for people. Now, in the 11th programme of law reform by the Scottish Law Commission, and this was touched upon last year in the speech as well, in the debate. Now, that report was put out for consultation in 2022, and the report is now due to be published by the SLC by mid-2024. I suspect that Purdah rules have probably got in the way in terms of that being published, but that's something that I'm looking forward to reading their report in this area regarding personal injuries. It's something that I met Lady Payton about this and spoke to her about it, because I know it's something that she was really interested in and actually was very supportive of. Now, Presiding Officer, our generation owes past generations for their efforts that they put in to build and rebuild the communities that we have today. And so it really is up to us as a society, not just in Scotland or the UK, but elsewhere as well, to actually do whatever we can to help people. So once again, I do want to thank Maria McNair for securing this hugely important debate on Action Mesothelioma Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Macmillan. And I call the final speaker in the open debate, Richard Leonard. Around 4 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And can I remind members of my voluntary register of trade union interests? And can I thank Marie McNair for once again this year tabling this motion for debate. It's become something of a custom for her to do so, and something of a custom for this debate to take place every year as one of the final acts on the final day of Parliament before we go into summer recess. But a part of that custom is missing this year, because Bob Dickie is sadly no longer with us. One of the outstanding leaders of the remarkable and historic Upper Clyde shipbuilders working, in the half of a century that followed, Bob Dickie never gave up on either the conviction of his principles or the depth of his determination, and nowhere more so than in his tireless campaigning for truth and for justice for asbestos and mesothelioma sufferers and their families. And I am reminded of E.P. Thompson, who said on the passing of Raymond Williams, "It is as if," he wrote, "a fixed point in the landscape has suddenly dissolved." And that is what it feels like for many of us today. One of the certainties which Bob was so very clear about was this: we live in a class-based society. There is a class divide. We have an economic system based on the legalised right for those who own the wealth to exploit those who create the wealth in order to enrich themselves. And one facet of this is the negligent exposure of working women and men to toxic hazards, to deadly risks, to killer diseases at work. Mesothelioma is by any measure one of the most awful ways to die. Survival rates are poor. Death follows quickly after diagnosis, which is why next Friday, on Action Mesothelioma Day, we will pay tribute to Action on Asbestos, to the Clydebank Asbestos Group, and to all of those campaigners for all of the work they do all year round. But we will also remember our families, our friends, our comrades, and all of those we have known who have been lost to this terrible disease. It is because of them that we keep fighting on, and there remains much unfinished business. Most recently, we have seen the family of the late Robert Crozier being forced to challenge his former employer, Scottish Power UK plc, in court battle after court battle, despite having previously settled a damages claim for pleural plaques and asbestosis in 2014, and so despite accepting fault and admitting negligence, Scottish Power has been obstructing the claim of Robert Crozier's immediate relatives to damages for the mesothelioma which he died of in 2018. So just a few days ago, the Inner House of the Court of Session under Lord Carloway refused Scottish Power's latest appeal in this case. So I say to Scottish Power from the Scottish Parliament, why are you resisting? Stop serving the narrow interests of your shareholders and the insurance industry and start serving the wider interests of your workers, their families and the ends of justice. And I say to the Scottish Government, get on with the Law Commission's recommendation. Sweep away the single action rule once and for all. Stop leaving it up to families like the Croziers to take on a multinational corporation and an army of lawyers simply to get what they are due. Finally, Presiding Officer, a week today, people will go to the polls. It will be a chance to overturn the culture of deregulation, to strengthen the rights of working people, to repeal anti-trade union laws and to extend the power of health and safety at work. That is what is at stake, and I hope it's a chance that people will seize.
Thank you. We now move to the closing speech. I invite Jenny Minto to respond to the debate. Minister, around 7 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I too would like to thank my colleague Marie McNair for bringing this motion to the Chamber today and recognise the work she does to support those living with mesothelioma, to seek truth and justice. I also recognise the work that Alexander Stewart and Emma Harper in the cross-party group for lung health does in this area as well. And I also wish to acknowledge the valuable contributions my colleagues have shared today. Is Beatrice?
Beatrice Wishart.
I thank the Minister for giving way. I wonder if I could take this opportunity to join others in congratulating Marie McNair in bringing this important debate to the Chamber and to offer the support of Scottish Liberal Democrats to the Action to the Action Day. Thank you.
Minister.
I thank Beatrice Wishart for her contribution, and I think it is clear the fact that this is the third year that Marie McNair has brought this really underlines the importance of continuing to raise awareness and keeping pressure on to ensure that those living with this and their families are supported properly. I think I may have said this last year, but I was first introduced to miso, and I can't say it either, so I'll just say miso, by my husband, who was making a documentary for BBC Scotland based in Clydebank. And the stories and the experiences that he came home with is something that has stayed with me for a number of years, almost 3 decades. On behalf of the Scottish Government, I recognise all those who are affected by this type of cancer, not just the individuals themselves who are diagnosed, but also their loved ones. Adjusting to a cancer diagnosis is never easy, and this can be especially true for rarer cancers that can leave individuals feeling isolated and worried at an already very distressing time. I would therefore like to thank the third sector organisations and groups that provide valuable information, help and support to anyone affected by miso and asbestos-related conditions. The importance of the Miso UK's annual Action Day to raise much-needed awareness of this cancer cannot be understated, and I'm delighted that the Scottish Government will be going blue for miso by lighting up St Andrew's House and Victoria Quay. I also want to mention special thanks to the Clydebank Asbestos Group, who I'm very pleased have been able to join us today, and also pass on my heartfelt condolences for the loss of their key activists. But I know that you will continue in their name with them sitting on your shoulders. I'd also like to thank the work of the Less Survivable Cancers Task Force and note the work of Alexander Stewart's group in Alloa. As I've said, the work of third sector community and social care partners is absolutely critical in supporting those affected by miso alongside our NHS. They are also vital in supporting and signposting the work of the Scottish miso network. The network works in partnership with Macmillan Cancer Support, Miso UK and NHS Scotland, and is made up of a team of clinicians from across Scotland who collaborate to share best practice and provide high-quality clinical care, information and support. The network ensures all patients have equitable access to potentially life-changing clinical trials where treatment options are otherwise so limited. Widespread exposure to asbestos in the past is known to be a major contributing factor to developing miso, and I note the contributions from all members who have reflected on that. As well as seeking to prevent exposure to asbestos, which has been banned in the UK since 1999, the Scottish Government remains committed to ensuring that appropriate medical care is in place for those who have been affected by asbestos exposure. We also ensure that individuals have appropriate rights to compensation. And in response to Bill Kidd's note about the Industrial Injuries Advisory Council, which is a UK government body, and Scotland does have separate legislation to support people affected by asbestos, the Scottish Government would expect the UK Government to consider fully the impact that any consequences could have if there is a change in recommendations that affect those on industrial injuries disablement benefit. And the Scottish Government is committed to ensuring that our replacement benefit, employment injury assistance, better meets the needs of disabled people in Scotland while protecting current payments, which is, as always, our utmost priority. While delivering a fully modernised benefit will take time, our consultation, which closed this week, is an important first step in the wider reform of the UK scheme. In the meantime, we continue to monitor ongoing areas of research by the UK Advisory Council. The law in relation to secondary exposure has developed over recent decades, and we're encouraged to see that those affected are increasingly recognised. Where existing asbestos remains, there are licences required to work with it, and strict control measures are used, including personal protective equipment such as respirators. Although these preventative policies that are now in place are positive, unfortunately, the reality is that more individuals will continue to develop miso meso, due to the prolonged period between initial exposure and diagnosis, and we expect to see a rise in the number of cases in Scotland in years to come, which is why, as Marie McNair and Carol Mochan and others all highlighted, I welcome too the investment of £2.1 million from Cancer Research UK awarded to the University of Glasgow, which will fund research on how exposure to asbestos can go on to cause meso years later. It is hoped that continuing research will help improve our understanding of this cancer, make it easier to detect and treat it earlier before symptoms appear, and offer better treatments and the quality of life to those diagnosed. Our 10-year cancer strategy is a focus on preventing more cancers, detecting them earlier and improving outcomes, with a particular focus on the less survivable cancers. Over the next 10 years, our strategic aim is to improve cancer survival and provide excellent, equitably accessible care. I would like to offer my sincere thanks to the members for their contributions in today's debate, and to all organisations who offer vital support services to those affected. I support action to Mesothelioma Day 2024 in raising the profile of it to drive research and awareness of this cancer. As Alexander Stewart said, we need to advocate to protect. The Scottish Government remains committed to improving outcomes for people affected by all types of cancer. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes the debate on Action Mesothelioma Day 2024. There will be a brief pause before we move to the final debate to allow front benches to change.
Thank you. The final item of business is the Members' Business Debate on Motion S6M 13640 in the name of Beatrice Wishart on Rural and Island Digital Connectivity Challenges. This debate will be concluded without any questions being put, and I would invite those members who wish to speak in the debate to please press the request to speak buttons. I call on Beatrice Wishart to open the debate. Up to 7 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My thanks go to all MSPs who supported the motion and to organisations who provided briefings. I realise that some of the issues I'm going to discuss are reserved, but I would say that they all are interlinked to and affect Scottish communities. Rural and island communities face many connectivity challenges, from broadband to 4G and mobile phone coverage to smart meter signals, and there's a cumulative impact on those areas because of the disparity of delivery and the unequal deployment of infrastructure. Both of Scotland's governments need to rethink their attitude and approach towards rural and island connectivity and work together pragmatically to find solutions. If those areas are always considered a problem that should be left until last, and some telecommunications and energy companies appear to take the same view, then progress will never be made. The Scottish Government's R100 programme was arranged under the UK Government's Superfast Broadband programme, which gave a formal role to devolved administrations to organise broadband rollout. It promised to connect all households in Scotland to superfast broadband by 2021, and that's now estimated to only be achieved by 2028. Realising that target date would be missed, and with the 2021 Scottish elections approaching, the Scottish Government introduced a voucher scheme to attempt to capture properties missed out by the main scheme. Much like the failings of the commercial rollout, it relies on companies being willing and able to come to rural and island areas, which is not often the case. In Shetland, out of 1,507 eligible properties, just 35 have been connected using the Scottish Broadband Voucher Scheme. One of my constituents, Mary McGregor, lives at Bacca on the West Mainland of Shetland. She runs a knitwear business from home, and she told me, "My business is suffering acutely from lack of connectivity." Parts of the West Mainland have just 3 megabits per second download and 0.5 megabits per second upload speeds. 25% of Shetland households have broadband speeds of less than 30 megabits per second. So far, Mary's efforts to get a community-led internet project installed by looking to pool broadband vouchers and working closely with Scottish Government officials has still not been enough to get a supplier interested in developing the scheme. Another constituent was quoted £725,000 to connect 15 houses. Only the practical solution under the voucher scheme is often the only practical solution under the voucher scheme is a satellite installation, but the higher monthly costs and difficulty of shopping around at the end of a contract would mean households paying more for years to come. The voucher scheme options are simply not equivalent to the fixed fibre connections offered to other households under the main R100 programme, so it's unsurprising that the uptake in Shetland is so low. There needs to be a better solution for areas that are not considered commercially viable to get parity of digital connection with urban counterparts. Presiding Officer, the copper phone line network for landline telephones is being retired and replaced by phone lines using digital connections. This switchover, called digital voice, by the largest provider, Beattie, is something that will affect all customers regardless of supplier. There is a mismatch between the reach of the broadband rollout and the planned retirement of the copper network by 2027. This has understandably caused stress in rural and island areas, particularly for people in areas with poor mobile phone signal and elderly and disabled people with devices such as telecare alarms. One frequently cited solution is that digital phone lines will have a minimum 1-hour battery backup in the event of a power cut. This is wholly inadequate. In December 2022, Shetland was hit by a storm resulting in widespread and prolonged power cuts, including to cell towers, leaving areas with no power and no signal for days. In the absence of a self-powered landline, this would leave people entirely cut off from telecommunications at a time when they need them most. The lack of resilience in the cell tower network and in the new digital landline phones is concerning, as climate change means that more weather events are expected to occur more frequently. So there must be planning for the worst-case scenarios to ensure that networks are resilient and can cope. It shouldn't be the case that we find ourselves in a worse position during an emergency than with the 50-year-old technology we're replacing. The 4G network also has resilience issues. In Lerwick, the network is inadequate for demand, especially during peak visitor times, and Shetland businesses tell me that activities are curtailed because of inadequate connectivity. And just last week, the Agriculture and Rural Communities Bill was passed. Farmers and crofters will require adequate digital connectivity to achieve its aims of fostering innovation in that sector. Energy customers... I will.
Lee MacArthur.
I'm grateful to Beatrice Wishart for taking an intervention and would very much echo the comments that she's made about the impact in rural and island areas. What she describes is very similar to my own Orkney constituency. Does she believe that part of the problem is that, certainly in terms of telecommunications, a standard is set on the basis of area covered and population covered, but it's always the very small percentage of the population who are at the back of the queue, and that it would be, I think, helpful for both governments and regulators to take an out-to-in rather than in-to-out approach when looking at the rollout of technology and infrastructure.
Beatrice Wishart.
That, I hope, is exactly the point that I hope that this debate will bring forward. It is definitely looking from the outside in would help island and rural areas. Energy customers are encouraged to switch to a smart meter, but the barriers to installation that rural areas face include a lack of installers, long waiting times and poor communication from suppliers. These problems are exacerbated by the planned shutdown of the radio teleswitch, or RTS, on 30th June 2025. There are hundreds of thousands of households whose meters operate using this signal, but the timeline doesn't align with the pace of smart meter rollout. It's unknown what will happen to the RTS meters after the shutdown. They may continue to work, but not as intended, or could stop working, resulting in either no heating and hot water or permanent heating, increasing energy bills in areas with the highest fuel poverty rates. A further barrier is that some rural and island areas have no access to the wide area network that smart meters use. A technology-based solution is being developed, but it's only at the trial phase, so it seems unlikely to be successfully deployed in time for the RTS shutdown. The Minister for Climate Action wrote in Shetland News on Tuesday that customers should contact suppliers for alternative solutions. People have been doing this for years and getting no answers. One of my constituents first contacted his supplier about a replacement meter over 4 years ago and still hasn't been able to get one. Another one had been waiting 2 years before contacting me again over 2 years ago. So for every person that contacts me about meters, there'll be others in the community facing similar problems. Presiding Officer, by considering these impacts holistically, we see that people in rural and island areas are facing a digital divide. Depopulation and enterprise growth will continue to suffer if services and infrastructure continue to be worse off than urban areas. What people in these areas seek is parity and the same opportunities that communities across Scotland already take for granted. With a bit of political will between our two governments, it can be achieved in the island and rural areas in Scotland.
Thank you, Ms Wishart. I now call Emma Harper to be followed by Jamie Halcrow-Johnson. Ms Harper.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I welcome the opportunity to speak in this debate and congratulate Beatrice Wishart on securing this final members' debate ahead of recess. Having access to fast and reliable broadband and being digitally included in today's ever more digital society is of the utmost importance for rural parts of Scotland. This includes in Dumfries and Galloway for many of the reasons which have already been well rehearsed by Beatrice Wishart. For individuals in rural areas, full fibre access is crucial to be able to work from home, to access government support services, but also to stay connected with friends and relations. It is also needed for children and young people to access education resources and for online streaming services, gaming and browsing, all of which can happen simultaneously in people's homes. And for business, full fibre is needed to connect with their customer base, to conduct business transactions and systems, and the rise of cybersecurity threats, having a secure and reliable connection. That's absolutely paramount. Full fibre connection supports advanced cybersecurity systems, ensuring that any business's critical data is protected. And we transitioned pretty quickly during the COVID lockdown to conduct our work using internet with our Teams links and our Zoom links and other platforms. And indeed, fibre access is also so important in helping people in the world of work and in tackling social isolation and loneliness, as was pointed out by Third Sector Dumfries and Galloway in a report that they did last year. Presiding Officer, I'm going to start on a positive note. As of January this year, 5,000 additional households and businesses in Dumfries and Galloway can now connect to better broadband speeds through the Scottish Government's £600 million Reaching 100 programme. And more are set to benefit from upgrades. Full fibre technology is now available to 40,000 of the hardest to connect properties, with the R100 rollout reaching homes and places in D&G, including Auchencairn, Crossmichael, Castle Douglas, Kirkcudbright and Ringford. Openreach engineers have managed to address not spots in terms of fibre connectivity for my constituents in Borg and Twynham, as well as in Brigidee and Newton Stewart. I name them all because it's really important for everybody to hear that they have the connectivity that they now need in order to manage their daily lives. I know from one local tourism business which my office has been supporting, Wigtown Wigwams, they know how beneficial it has been to obtain this connection, and it's been fantastic for them and their guests. Owners Fraser and Lorraine have said that the connection is attracting more people to their fantastic holiday site, and that the connection is supporting their business to connect better with their customer base. So I pay tribute to the Openreach staff for their continued and dedicated work. However, Presiding Officer, as well as all the good work which is underway across Dumfries and Galloway, we still do have significant challenges. There are some real challenges in hard-to-reach places which still exist in the region, including some in the town of Dumfries itself, with areas like parts of Georgetown where adequate download speeds just don't exist. And there is a company in Dumfries and Galloway called Galloway Broadband, which are working on low-cost solutions to address digital connection issues. And they offer a solution which which doesn't require cable installation, but it utilises mobile masts, for example, and wireless white space technology. But the criteria required to enable R100 voucher access can't quite be met to help improve people's digital connectivity. And Georgetown's only one of the areas that I've been contacted about. So I'd ask the Minister if he would consider reviewing the work of Galway Broadband to see if they can be supported, as they are a fast, local, affordable solution to address the not spots and improve internet access and improve download speeds to meet the digital requirements that we need for our current daily lives. In closing, Presiding Officer, I want to welcome the progress which has been made, but also urge the Minister to look at innovative solutions like the white space technology that I've just mentioned, and so that we can ensure that people living in our most remote and rural areas have access to the adequate internet connectivity which is needed for their daily work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Harper. I call Jamie Halker-Johnson to be followed by Carol Mockin. Mr Halker-Johnson.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Firstly, can I thank Beatrice Wishart for bringing forward this debate on a subject which is extremely important for my constituents across the Highlands and Islands. Like Beatrice Wishart, I live in the Northern Isles, and for our communities, connectivity, whether that's transport or digital, is vitally important. And yet, for island communities right across Scotland, a lack of connectivity is not only an issue, but a growing issue. Our connections to other islands and to the Scottish mainland are often better than they have been before, certainly better than they have been historically, although there are clearly serious problems with our ferries network. But as other communities benefit from improvements in how they're wired into the world through broadband, island and other rural communities risk being left behind. While endless promises have been made on delivering superfast connections to our communities, like so many promises emanating from Scottish ministers in Edinburgh, those promises have not been delivered, and the figures remain stark. In the Western Isles, R100, including the voucher scheme, has seen only 14 homes and businesses connected to superfast broadband. 2,206 properties await connection. There are nearly 4,000 premises still to be connected in Shetland and 2,760 in Orkney. Now, I'm relatively fortunate because to my home in Orkney, work has been carried out in the last few months to connect us, although we haven't subscribed to the service yet. Before then, we were reliant on slow and intermittent broadband, which too often cut out entirely. And that left us struggling to access the increasing number of services, including many public services, which are delivered now online. Things that folk in most of Scotland would take for granted: online banking, both personal and for our business, ordering supplies and deliveries from Tesco or other local shops, accessing online medical appointments, booking travel or submitting data for the farm, data required by the Scottish Government and their agencies. And all of these things are vital, but they don't include the social connectivity that good broadband also supports, something that is so important for many younger people and, of course, for older residents of our islands who can left feeling increasingly isolated. So let's be clear, the failure to deliver on promises of improved broadband makes island life harder and risks damaging the long-term sustainability of our rural communities. And if I can turn to phone connectivity, for many island and rural homes, while mobile coverage can be okay outside the property, the signal inside can sometimes be limited, and that's not great in bad weather, when power's been lost or an emergency call needs making. Resilience for those living in remote areas is key, and people want to be able to stay in their own homes where they can. But they have to feel safe doing so. And as I said during my own debate on wood burners, people can't always just pop next door for help because the neighbours can be a significant distance away. They are often all but isolated, and that's why a good mobile signal is important, but also why many of us are so reliant on our landlines, our powered lines, when there is a crisis. And so while I welcome the efforts BT are making to ensure a powered line will be available for some households until 2030, I worry that when it is removed, will a reliable alternative be in place to ensure resilience is maintained? And I also wonder how many households are actually aware of this new product. So I would ask the Minister, in his summing up, to lay out what the Scottish Government is doing to ensure households are made aware, in particular how they're working with local councils and third sector agencies, and how that is being supported and funded. And if I can briefly take this opportunity to thank all those organisations, particularly across charity and third sector, and of course local government, who continue to play an important part in providing many of those services in our community and who are working to ensure any changes with things like care alarms happen as seamlessly as possible. I know from my own experience one of my family members has a care alarm, and that the part of Orkney Islands Council which is responsible has been extremely proactive in providing us with advance warning of any changes and what we need to do. And that's appreciated because these are quite literally lifeline services. Presiding Officer, I could go on, but I think my time is probably nearly up. So in conclusion, I would just say that promises made on digital connectivity need to be delivered, and that island and rural communities' needs, and particularly the needs of some of the most vulnerable people in our communities, must be better understood by government. If they're not, we risk only seeing the rural and islands divide widen even further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Harker-Johnson. And I now call Carol Mockin.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I start by thanking Beatrice Wishart for bringing this debate to the Chamber this afternoon, the last debate of the session. I am pleased to join her in making the case to ensure all of our citizens have access to good digital connectivity. I think it is important that we recognise this as a matter for the UK Government as well as the Scottish Government, and I ask the Scottish Government from the outset to ensure that in all its work on this it works closely with the UK Government to progress this matter. It is an area where, by coordinating and managing the multiple issues that we've heard about, we can make progress. There can sometimes be a sense that access to technology and the internet is a bit of a luxury, and being digitally connected is not really an essential. But I think we've heard today in this chamber, we all understand that that is not the case. Those who are not online or who do not have the same access as others to the digital connectivity that we've talked about today are definitely being left behind. Now, just to remind people in the chamber, digital poverty in itself affects 1 in 7 people across the UK. An Ofcom's 2023 online national report found a surprising 7% of British households had no internet access at their home at all. It is a reality that digital poverty exacerbates the hardships people face, and in 2024 it can be difficult to access many forms of healthcare, employment opportunities, or indeed basic information about transport, weather problems, changes to services, many things, as other members have said, we all take for granted. I do understand that R100 aims to be one of the most ambitious infrastructure programmes in Europe, and its reach is to ensure that most rural parts of Scotland achieve that parity in digital connection. And I do acknowledge that the Scottish Government seeks to achieve this. But the reality is the Scottish Government's ambition was to connect every household to superfast broadband by 2021, and it is now estimated that the full R100 rollout will not be achieved until 2028. Now, I understand from the research that I have undertaken for this debate that many homes do have access to super fast broadband. However, as with much in the digital era, it is the same households and communities that suffer from the divide and the slow progress. And in this case, our more rural and island communities are the ones that we have heard have suffered. It might surprise members to know that I've been contacted by communities in Lanark who do have some problems, and their connection is weak, and they need some help with that. And it is, in actual fact, affecting their business, as other members have spoken about. The R100 Scottish Broadband Voucher Scheme was launched in September 2020 and ensures that any home or business not in scope of the R100 contracts or planned commercial bill can get access to a voucher worth up to £5,000. But as we have heard from Beatrice Wishart and from other speakers, this is not without its difficulties, and I hope the Minister will address some of the specific points put forward by Beatrice Wishart raised in his closing speech. There are so many myths about access to digital technology. The motion quite clearly and correctly details some very real realities for people who live in our rural or inland communities. The reality is that many have access to very slow broadband. The ambition to connect people is there, I understand that, but the reality on the ground for the same people again and again is the current system is slow and needs to be reinvigorated. Can I once again thank Beatrice Wishart and all the members who contributed to the debate, and I hope the Minister has some positive feedback for us in his closing speech. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Ms Morgan. And I now call on the Minister, Tom Arthur, to respond to the debate. Up to 7 minutes, please, Minister.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And can I commend Beatrice Wishart on securing this debate and bringing this very important matter to the Chamber, and indeed thank fellow members for their contributions. Presiding Officer, digital connectivity is, of course, central to the economic future of rural and island communities. And that is why the Scottish Government has taken the lead and acted decisively, despite, as members are aware, telecoms being reserved to Westminster. We have committed over £600 million to extend gigabit-capable broadband networks and targeted that investment at some of our hardest-to-reach communities. That has seen 16 new subsea cables delivered, on time and on budget, connecting our islands to the mainland. This investment paves the way for faster speeds, improved services and, crucially, adds greater resilience to the broadband and mobile networks serving our island communities. We have also acted to improve mobile coverage, completing the delivery of our 4G infill programme last year. This delivered 55 new masts, targeted investment to bring 4G coverage to rural and island areas for the first time. All of this is having a transformational impact, and there is more to come, I would wish to reassure members on. Our 3 broadband contracts with Openreach are on track to connect over 113,000 homes and businesses in some of our hardest-to-reach communities. In the year ahead, we expect to connect some of Scotland's most rural communities: Westray, Ede, Rousay and Shappensay, Unst and Vallasay, and the Isles of Mull and Iona. We also expect to start work ahead of schedule in the Western Isles. We have already connected over 50,000 premises thanks to these contracts, with the focus on gigabit connections, capable of delivering speeds 30 times faster than our original superfast commitment. There is no better example of how far our investment is going than Fair Isle, home to 65 people, all of whom can now access gigabit-capable broadband. Fair Isle is a symbol of just how connected rural Scotland is becoming. Whether it is through fibre, mobile, wireless or low Earth orbit satellite networks, everyone in Scotland, no matter where they are based, can now access high-speed, high-bandwidth digital connectivity. And I recognise the points that Ms Wishart raised about fixed fibre to the premise broadband and the importance that she places upon that. But I do want to make these points just to illustrate the progress we have made, but not in any way to suggest complacency or a slackening of pace. We recognise there is still more work to be done and still more communities to be connected. And I'll happily give way to Mr
Jamie
Harper-Johnson. I'm very grateful to the Minister for taking it. Two questions very quickly. Firstly, do you think that private operators, I think Emma Harper mentioned some, and there are others, are involved enough in the process? For example, those that are providing to houses in some hard-to-reach areas. And also, if you actually look at some of the technologies, are we bringing all those technologies together well enough, such as the 4G, to deliver some of those services, or are we still seeing a bit of a smorgasbord of approach?
Minister.
I think in responding to both the questions that Mr Harper-Johnson raises, important questions, is the need for a collaborative, joined-up approach, and recognising that given the particular challenges around connectivity in some parts of our country, that having that flexibility and that willingness to work with local partners is going to be extremely important. So these are particular points that I'm keen to reflect on, and ministers more generally, because we recognise the absolute need to get this right, and a one-size-fits-all approach will not necessarily deliver the results that are required by some of our most hard-to-reach communities. And turning to the points again I've already raised, Presiding Officer, I want to say that we do want to build on this success and to extend gigabit broadband access even further. UK Government funding is, of course, key to this next phase, and we have been working constructively to secure Scotland's fair share of the £5 billion commitment to Project Gigabit. We recently launched 2 new procurements focused in parts of the Borders, East Lothian and North East Scotland, with more procurements expected to follow throughout this year. Every new Project Gigabit contract signed will see even more funding invested in Scotland to deliver connectivity to homes and businesses that need it. A separate UK-wide framework, which we will work with the UK Government to deliver in Scotland, provides more opportunities to drive economies of scale across Project Gigabit and R100 contracts and increase coverage. But it will require the incoming UK Government to match our ambition and match our investment in Scotland's digital infrastructure. And to reassure Carol Mockin, we want to work constructively to deliver on these commitments and ambitions. Presiding Officer, I also recognise the concerns raised regarding the PSTN switch-off. The existing telephone network across the UK uses older technology and is increasingly unreliable and difficult to repair, putting those who depend on it at risk. For this reason, the telecoms industry has made the decision to replace the traditional landline telephone service with a digital service by the start of 2027. There will be no change to the statutory responsibilities that providers are currently bound to. Telecoms providers have committed to the UK Government that they will work with Government and Ofcom to identify and protect vulnerable customers, ensure that no telecare customers are migrated until a solution is in place, and, an appointment I know is of interest to members, where required, provide backup solutions that go beyond the Ofcom minimum of 1 hour of continued, uninterrupted access to emergency services in the event of a power outage. We will continue to support the UK Government and Ofcom and make sure that there is a proper understanding of any risks faced by Scotland's island and rural communities, enabling any issues to be resolved ahead of 2027. The Scottish Government is also acutely aware of the issues that rural and island communities are facing with regards to smart meters. While the powers to act still lie with the UK Government, we continue to call on them to make sure that Scottish consumers are not disadvantaged and will be able to benefit from smart meter technology. My colleague Gillian Martin, now Acting Cabinet Secretary for Net Zero and Energy, raised these issues during her engagement with her counterpart in the UK Government and Ofgem, with smart meter rollout also a key area of focus at the Rural Consumers Working Group she chaired last year. More than a quarter of all radio teleswitch service customers across the UK are based in Scotland, and this is disproportionately high. These customers are typically located in areas with no mains gas supply, such as rural areas near the borders and some areas in the Highlands and Islands. Gillian Martin recently wrote to all major energy suppliers, calling on them to prioritise properties in Scotland that have this type of meter when progressing their smart meter rollout programmes. She has also written to local media to raise awareness of the pending switch-off, as has been touched on earlier in the debate. I know that she, along with the new Acting Minister for Climate Action, Dr Alistair Allen, and their officials will continue to engage with the industry to monitor progress and ensure a smooth and quick transition for Scottish consumers. Presiding Officer, the Scottish Government has and will continue to raise awareness of issues facing our rural and island communities. We remain committed to improving Scotland's digital future and ensuring that every community in Scotland can play an active part in the digital economy. The investment we have made over the past decade has transformed access to broadband and mobile services. The programmes we have delivered have connected over 1 million homes and businesses across Scotland to faster broadband, backed by over £1 billion of publicly driven investment. We want to go further, but we will need the new UK Government to step up and invest in Scotland in a way that they have not done before. But we stand ready to work with them and local partners to build on the success of the Scottish Government's programmes and ensure that all our rural and island communities can play an active role in Scotland's digital economy.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes the debate, and I close this meeting.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy. But we can only do that with your support.
So please subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.